specifically. Their net worth and their rich, they went up. Especially Bezos. Do you know Bezos, after giving away most everything, tops the list still? Not everything, but giving away like, okay, we're live right now. Ah, shit, now I got this personal credit card call.
Do you need him to mute it?
I'm not even sure if we're up yet.
I think
Yeah, it just said we are. Oh. You know what, Mark? I've been trying to get rid of you for years, you son of a bitch.
I'm like herpes.
You just came along with a package deal for Suzanne, so I had to put up with it.
Truther.
Hi, Zach. I have a very simple question. I was approved for a card. It's going to be mailed to me. But they gave me an online virtual card to use. It's not that I'm able to use it, but I'd like to add it to my Apple Pay or my wallet. And I took a picture of it online, and I went through the entire process. On the wallet, what happens is you enter the expiration date and the security code. And then what you do is you agree to terms. They contact the card issuer, and it keeps coming back denied. So is that because it's still a virtual card, or are people, I'm not sure why it's being rejected. Yeah. Would your other one work, or will that be rejected? Okay, there, you know that it has been added to Apple, because I don't usually carry cards, I just use my phone. So, but that, you know that in other words, your card doesn't specifically reject those transactions. Okay. And by the way, is the number and the expiration and the code going to remain the same on the new card as the virtual card? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks. All right, bye. I pick up my toolboxes today. I know. Why should I be so excited? I have no idea. Man, I'm excited. Okay. I'm excited. There's a million fucking things like this.
Forgetting something, but I guess not.
Not my doctor. I'm talking about the COVID-19 anti-vaccine shit. Oh, Catholics won't use Johnson & Johnson because the aborted fetal cells. Fuck. Jesus Christ. They're saying it can cause all this shit. This scares the living piss out of me. I'm wondering if I should take the second shot.
What do you mean? Why couldn't you take it?
Well, because of what they're saying, well, some of these nuts may be, I don't know, the long-term effects. It scares the shit out of me. Or do you think it's all bullshit? And why does this guy hate it?
We just need to name this Daniel. I'll get Daniel.
What's going on Friday? Is there something we need to know about?
Yeah, they're doing a fundraiser for the Boulder people.
You'll keep me in the loop, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'll harass you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is our tenant fucking out of there yet?
No, it got worse.
It did?
That motherfucker. Do we have any paper towels in here, Mark?
I don't think so.
Oh, shit.
I think they do in the board app room.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I've been drinking a lot of water because I've been feeling like shit. I always drink water when I feel like shit. It always works. What I should do is get hydrated.
Yes. I just want you, I'm gonna send this to you just to digest, because I have a feeling we're gonna get, it's something we've gotta deal with no matter what.
What is it?
Just with podcast spots. Same shit we've been working
But
on.
what do we do with it? What do we have to do?
I just want you to see where it's at, that's all. It's not bad, it's not good,
Rude interruptions?
that's just a complaint on it. I just wanted you.
Why don't we just have someone edit the fucking thing as a podcast?
No, it's not that.
Okay, I'll just take your lead, whatever.
No, the bottom line is, we've just been doing it. Here's the bottom line. I probably want to look at your contract. That's the bottom line. I know you said you've looked at it and it seems pretty,
Well, yeah, what do you need to know?
well, I mean, what's the deal on the podcast? I've been inserting stuff for LeapIn for years. And, you know, I don't,
Yeah, but, okay, I thought...
hold on.
I'll tell you.
Over the bed. The light was remix on the way for tomorrow. The Fox Studio. Meteorologist Bruce Scott.
If you're tired of the bias in the media, it's time for you to download one of the fastest growing podcasts in America, the Ben Ferguson Podcast. Download the Ben Ferguson Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. We're talking about.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Chapless in the afternoon at 6:30 KHOW Denver.
ABC News, I'm Rita Roy. A judge in Colorado has ruled that the Boulder shooting suspect will be held without bail. The suspect, accused of killing 10 people in a supermarket, appearing in court today for the first time. Weekly jobless claims dropping below 700,000 for the first time since the pandemic took root. 684,000 people filed first-time claims for unemployment last week. More states are opening up eligibility for vaccines to Americans aged 16 and older. Brown University School of Public Health Dean Dr. Ashish Jha says the more people who get shots, the cheaper the country can get back on track.
Probably 80-90%. So that's a really high level of reduction of transmission. But it's better than
President Biden will hold the first news conference of his presidency later this afternoon. This is ABC News. The head of U.S. Cyber Command, General Paul Nakasone, telling the Senate hearing today his troops carried out more than 2,000 operations to try and keep the 2020 election safe from foreign interference. The Suez Canal still blocked by a monster cargo ship that got stuck sideways.
That's creating a flow in traffic. Going from either end. At least 150 vessels now stacked up. The hope is the ship can be comfortably moving without having to offload its thousands of containers down rivers. ABC News in the morning.
And a Georgia man not exactly thrilled with his final pay after leaving a job last November. Andreas Flatten says he had to fight for months to get the $915 he was owed. And when it arrived, it was in pennies. 90,000 of them covered in some sort of oily substance that he now has to clean off. Rena Roy, ABC.
Oh, that's a great one. Did you hear that?
Company presents.
The guy quit a job, his last paycheck, the company paid him in fucking pennies, and they covered the pennies in oil. So it was like $1,000 in pennies. I fucking love it. Ah!
What you mean? You hear the ass penny story?
Oh, no.
So it was on some comedy show, I don't know, not Mad TV, but like that.
Yeah.
So you know I've been doing the boss for years. I sneak into his office, and any change he has on his desk, I shove up the ass.
Ah!
So that later I know that he's paying for stuff with my ass pennies.
And that was from just one place. And the best part, we just don't
I think you're on the right track.
You're right.
You there?
Now I can focus on you, not your shed.
Hey, so
Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit. Because shed happens. KRFX HD2 Denver.
What?
well, you know what? I would like to see it. That's all. I don't want to get into the whole thing on there, but
Okay.
you
Okay.
you did a deal with Larson. Bottom line, you have a certain amount of inventory each hour, so even that
No, not each
aspect
hour.
of it-
For my own inventory.
Yeah, whatever. So the same would go there. Where's your inventory?
What do you mean my inventory?
That's what I'm saying. In the podcast, you would get the same amount of inventory.
Well, I never actually. We just said so much an hour period that I work into programming. That was what it was, Mark.
And that's exactly what we're doing.
Are they saying we can't?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Hey, everybody's trying to get to the bottom of it because it's different than any other deal. That's all.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Well, there's not. Yeah. If you could look, but
I'll
I
let
think
you look. I
I
don't
think
care.
I think you did before, and you said it was pretty ambiguous. I think is what it comes down to.
I'll look again, and I'll make it.
Do you remember actually seeing?
But I want to publish our own anyway, separately.
Well, that's fine, but I still think we'd have to get to the bottom of this entire question on it.
Okay.
Now, impact traffic.
I don't know if I want to
Report is sponsored by Collagen Bags.
create another issue before this isn't even settled, you know?
That earlier crash eastbound I-70 and I-225 has been cleared. All lanes are back open. Traffic flow getting back up to speed. A couple of other really slow.
Man, I'm so bummed out of fucking hot tub, man.
Of course, heavy between Quebec Vasquez and Commerce City Drive. Westbound I-76, solid stop and go between 88th and I-270 at this time. Watch out for those delays.
Oh, you're still on.
No, the fucking board's not going to be in until mid next week.
Weather, mostly sunny. Slight chance of rain later with a high 52 tonight.
It's really crazy how COVID just totally fucked the supply chain of everything.
It really did. Huh?
Oh my God.
6:30 now.
Tax season is here. Now's the best time to open a college savings account.
Well, yeah, I tell you what, a good logistics guy probably proved his worth over COVID.
A Colorado tax deduction for next year. Learn more at college.
A good supply chain guy. You imagine trying to find fucking Lysol 6 months ago? Remember that shit?
You can't. You still can't find.
They're starting
find hard ones. Okay, try it.
No, they like Elizabeth Walmart has them, but the Castle Rock one never does. So it really depends where the fuck you're at, you know.
I mean, I guess Clorox wipes are next to godliness. They are. I mean, you can't fucking get them.
You know, you were talking about a product that could clean. I think trying to sell something like that after COVID that doesn't kill 99.9%.
That doesn't kill.
That doesn't.
What are you talking about? It does. I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about a microbial killer that kills more, and it's a microbial killer. It's a germ fighting a germ.
Oh, I thought you were saying it had zero chemicals in it.
It does. Zero chemicals. It has germs. It uses healthy microbes to fight others. So there's nothing at all and because it's a reaction like that. You know how germs are resilient?
It's almost like that shit you can spray on urine and it eats the fucking urine.
It's
an enzyme.
It's a microbe. It's a germ. I mean, give it a definition. But it's a good germ.
And do you spray it or do you wipe it?
There's all different any kind of form you want. It's the most incredible shit in the world.
(303-713-8255). Welcome to the show this hour, brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Put Tom in that promo code, please. Get 30% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. I'm running low. I got to order more. And I really do use it. I love it. It's great for systemic inflammation, which means it's just all around supporting the immune system. It's good for pain, and it's great for anti-anxiety. RealCBDThatWorks.com. 30% off, Tom, in the promo code. Let's talk. Here, I want you to know something. These experts I get on the show, these products that I talk about, it's not all about sponsorship. Yes, it is about sponsorship, but I need to hit that head on. Every show in the world has sponsorship. Ours is different. We hold their feet to the fire. We check them out. We background check them. We know them. We love them. We use them. This is totally different than any game on earth, including referralist.com. Now, I want to go to the phones. do you have something to whisper in my ear, Suze?
Not yet.
Okay. We're going to be talking about a lot of things this hour, and one thing is how you get kicked in the teeth when you try to do something good. And we feel so bad for our listener, Dean. Now, I want to make this clear. We never recommended he did what he did. He did it on his own out of the goodness of his heart, but we're not going to abandon him. But I want to make it clear, we would never recommend you do this, but he did it. He let someone into his home and can't get rid of him now, and she's a meth addict, or she was a former meth addict. We don't know if she's still into it, but the way when we talked to her the other day, she talked 60 miles an hour, and her son is with her, and now things are missing in his home. He asked her in as a guest. Then she refused to leave. In his own personal home with his wife, she took her kid. She cried a good game. She said she wanted to work. She has never accepted a job. And she has shown up late for one he got her and then stopped coming. She is a dirty, rotten, cheating liar. She's a liar and she's a thief now because she's staying there without paying. She's eating his food and she's throwing it in his face saying, "You can't get rid of me." See, I disagree. I think Dean can lock her ass out and say, "Don't you come back here," or get a restraining order, damn it. We need to talk to some legal minds. And here's what I want to know, okay? He did not create a tenancy, I don't think. She's not paying. Now, one thing, Dean, don't let her get mail there. Remember the time, Mark?
Oh, yeah.
We had a woman, listen to this, true story. She picks up a guy at a bar. Now, listen, folks. This is a true story. She picks up a guy at a bar.
Before COVID.
Oh, way, years ago. He comes home with her. Whatever they did, he stayed the next day. He was expecting something in the mail, so he had his mom forward it to him there. He was there 3 days and got a piece of mail. When she asked him to leave, he said no. The police came, and he said, "I'm not leaving here. I live here." She, listen to this, she said to the police, "He doesn't live here." And she was embarrassed, but had to say, "I picked him up at a bar." So he's living there. And he refused to leave, and he told the officers, "I even get my mail here." So the officer said, "Well, we're not going to do anything about this, ma'am, because he has mail sent here." Now, there was no tenancy, I don't think, created, but according to the police, now they're not lawyers, but they didn't want to do anything. So this jerk stayed there, and in fact, I don't even know how it ended. We put him on the sleaze brigade and shamed the hell out of him, and I remember it was resolved because they begged me to get him off the sleaze brigade, or he did.
This lady not only most likely stole this poor guy's tools, but let's not forget, his car got stolen not long ago.
Coincidentally.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how everything is being, not everything.
He found drugs in the bathroom now.
He needs to call police.
He said the police came out and they wouldn't do a damn thing, which I don't think he's communicating properly to the authorities.
Get a restraining order and lock her out. People, can you imagine if you felt sorry for someone and said, "You can stay with us a few days until you get on your feet," and now she refuses to leave, she's doing drugs, and things are missing. What would you do? Why doesn't he lock her out? What, is she going to go to the police? She's not going to go to the police. Why doesn't he lock her out?
Or just threaten to call the police over the drugs themselves.
He did call the police. That's the problem.
About the drugs or the tools?
The drugs, right? What? Which one, Mark?
Both.
Okay, we need to get him back on the air. He needs to lock her out. Keep her ass out. I would dare her to go try to sue me. I would dare her to do it. Dwayne, what's going on in your life, Dwayne?
I got a 2011 F-150, bought it new, and I always had a little bit of a hard shifting problem with it.
Yeah.
Then they came out with a recall. So I went and did the recall on it, and it didn't fix it. It was supposed to fix the downshifting problem. Now, the problem I have with that transmission is sometimes when it downshifts, not all the time, it shifts so hard you think you got rear-ended. It'll downshift that hard where you look around to see if there's a car behind you that hit you.
Wow.
Now, with the recall, they said that it was a software update. So I went in, they hooked the computer up to it. It did not resolve the problem. I called them shortly after. They said, well, it's a smart transmission, and it will have to learn the way you drive, the shift pattern that you drive.
Yes.
And so I've been driving it, and it's been about 15,000 miles now, and it still does it. And when it downshifts, like if I'm taking off from a red light and I happen to get on it, it'll downshift from second to first, and it feels like you just got rear-ended hard. And
are you sure, sir, that...
100%, and I've...
No, here's what I'm asking. Are you sure that the recall was for this specific problem?
They told me it was for the downshifting of that transmission to keep it from downshifting automatically down to like a first or a lower gear, which would cause an accident. I've been in other chat rooms like on Facebook and talked to other drivers that have the same 6-speed transmission. They say they have the same problem.
What I'm seeing about it is it downshifts right into first gear, regardless of what gear you're in.
Yeah, that can be dangerous.
Is that what yours is doing?
I think that's what it's doing because...
Well, if you're in fourth gear on the highway and it downshifts into first, I guarantee you'll know it.
No, not on the highway. Like if I'm going around a turn, if I'm turning right and I go to turn and it's in say third or second gear and it downshifts to first or second.
You might bring it to another dealer. This says the fix is exactly what you said. They reprogrammed the control module. Maybe that dealer didn't do it properly.
Okay, well, I'll try that, but I called them back and told them, and they said, well, we can do it again. And everybody I've talked to is like, it doesn't resolve the problem.
God, this sucks. So listen.
It affected a lot of them, too, Tom.
So
yeah,
listen.
And I'm worried about the transmission going out and me having to pay for one out of pocket.
Well, you already have a paper trail of this thing. That would be a hard thing for them to do.
How many miles are on it?
I just rolled 115,000. And at 100,000, like they requested, I've done the tranny service at a dealer so that I usually do my own maintenance, but I did it at the dealership just so that there was proof that I had it done. And the recall, I've got the proof that it was done. I like to maintain my vehicles because I have them for a long time, especially buying it new.
Okay, we need to figure this out with one of the. We need to call some people here, some experts on this. Why aren't we getting a ton of calls from F-150 owners?
I don't know. It's a pretty old one, man. 2011.
Well, it's not that old. I mean...
10 years old.
So, what do they say the fix is?
Reprogram, but he did it and it doesn't work.
Did you flash the computer and start over? Let's get Kimmer Transmission. Let's get Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission on. I'm Tom Martino with more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. And an update on the drug addict.
Move into your new dream home without leaving your old one. When you hire the professionals at CertaPro Painters, painting is the perfect way to renew and refresh the home you love. You can trust the proven experts at CertaPro Painters to handle every detail, worry-free from start to finish. Painting inside or out, you deserve service you can count on. Get your project started today with a free estimate at CertaPro.com.
Wow, this guy, man. He's begging. We gotta figure something out for this guy.
If you have old gold, silver, jewelry, broken watches, coin collections, whatever you have, if it contains precious metals, David Ellis Jewelers will buy it. If you're looking for cash, David Ellis Jewelers, a name you can trust. He's been there 40 years. He's at 3rd and Clayton. That's the store. The man is David Ellis. I know him. I know the store. The website, davidellisjewelry.com. He's ready to buy any precious metal, no matter what condition it's in. So you don't have to worry about any kind of condition. You just have to bring it in, and he'll weigh it, and he'll pay it. It's that simple. No such thing as a broken watch that has no value. If it has gold or silver or platinum, take it to David Ellis. If you have any questions, call 303-322-8779, 322-8779.
I've been here, not wanting to get out of bed because of pain. You can do something about it. There's a clinic of local doctors who attack pain from every angle. Evidence-based treatments use results, including comprehensive physical therapy. You don't have to take it and lying down. Get back to it. Call 303-DOC. The local doctors dedicated to fighting your pain all all major insurance.
So now, Como's family given priority for COVID tests.
I know, it's
Millions of
crazy.
Americans
What's that
are
about
finding
now?
relief every day by using CBD
Remember when we
products.
couldn't get tests, no one knew if they had it or not?
Thousands of happy
Well,
customers
his
use a wide
mother,
range of
sister,
CBD
and of course his
formulated to help
CNN
just
brother
like you. Take a listen
all
to what
got
they're
bumped to
saying.
the front of the line to get test kits.
Because Market CBD Relief Cream has given me the relief I need to function better during the day.
Right now, you can save 50% on your first order. Because Market offers high-potency relief cream, all-natural salve, and a no-mess roll-on. Apply right where you need it and enjoy a cooling sensation while CBD penetrates deeply
Wonder when
for a
this
soothing
press
relief
conference
that's
is.
felt immediately.
My feet can slow me down after a day out walking, but their roll-on keeps me going. I love it.
CBD from Because Market can help you get the immediate relief you need. And right now, through this special radio-only offer, you can save 50% on your first order by going to becausemarket.com/CBD. That's becausemarket.com/CBD to save 50% on your first order.
Maxwell is scratching, and Rudy compare my vet. She said, "Oh, you must be allergic to chicken." Another vet said, "It's the grain." Third vet said, "It's the weather." Then somebody said, "CINOVITE.com." It took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The Dynamite is a big part of Maxwell's diet. It's Dynamite. How happy your dog will be. CINOVITE.com.
Could COVID cost you your home? Cybercrime is up 75%, but the type you need to worry most about is home title theft. The title documents to our homes are online. The thief finds your home's title and forges your name on a new deed stating you sold your home to him. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock helps protect your home's title. Go to HometitleLock.com and register to see if you're already a victim and enter radio for 30 free days of protection. HometitleLock.com.
Hey, Michael Brown here, and you've been hearing a lot about how well CBD has been working for my aches and pains. I use it a lot on achy joints for instant relief. And seriously, the more I use Blue Sky CBD, the more I recognize just how much it's helping. I have tried the wrong rest of the areas bothering me, and I use the tinctures in the morning for clarity, energy, and to reduce overall inflammation. So if you're struggling with pain, energy, or even trouble sleeping, I want you to read what others say and take a look at the endorsements by Dr. Dorninger and Dr. Engstack, to name a few. Do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Sky
So you won't find any of this.
I know it's really helped me.
Any what?
Using it too.
You won't find any of this news on CNN.
What news?
About Como.
I think his brother was talking about it. His brother said, yeah, I got this shot before the old people.
BlueSky-CBD.com. BlueSky-CBD.com.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is sponsored by College Invest.
We've got a quiet day ahead. The high 50 degrees. That's still 7 degrees cooler than normal, but a lot warmer than it's been. A light wintry mix on the way for tomorrow. At Fox 30, weather meteorologist Brooke Starr.
Tax season is here. Now's the best time to open a college savings account for your child.
Look at my
Through
stats
College
this morning.
Invest. It could earn you a Colorado tax deduction for next year. Learn more at collegeinvest.org.
It's Ross Kaminsky. Mornings at 6. A lot of folks, including one of my radio colleagues, talk about the downside of marijuana legalization. But what about the upside? For example, is marijuana a substitute for alcohol? We'll talk about it Friday morning at 9:05 here on 630 AM.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, so have you heard of this downshifting problem with F-150s? There was supposedly a recall. I want to talk to Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We have a caller who says it's really terrible. In fact, it feels like someone is rear-ending you when you're driving and it downshifts. Jeff, have you heard of the problem?
Yes, definitely. There's a calibration update for that to address it. It's usually on a harsh downshift. It can also create harsh upshifts under the right conditions. Now, that isn't actually a recall. It was a TSB, but still, it's just a calibration issue. There was other recalls out there that had to do with the transmission inadvertently shifting into first gear all by itself at any road speed. That's the only recall as far as the shift quality concern is concerned.
Okay, let me talk to Dwayne. Dwayne, did you have the TSB done?
thought it was the recall. I'm not sure. I guess there was something different then.
Well,
I got a letter.
It may seem like a recall. Well, it may seem like a recall to you. It would seem like the same thing to you. There's no, I mean, how would the common person know the difference? It would just, it's what they call it. A recall is ordered unless it's a voluntary recall, and then a service bulletin is an upgrade to something or service.
If you recently got that recall performed, generally they will perform all of the updated calibrations at the same time. So, I mean, he would have to look into it, see whether or not that TSB was actually addressed when they did that other flash, or if they just did the recall flash.
It could be that it wasn't addressed, and that's why he's still having the problem. To your knowledge, does the TSB solve the problem?
To my knowledge, it has greatly improved the problem itself. There are still people out there that complain that it continues to go on.
And what do you do about it?
Well, I would have to actually watch a movie, watching the data stream, and see what was actually going on at the time, and see if there's anything we could do about it mechanically, or whether or not it's something that's, a calibration issue that Ford's going to have to handle.
303-713-TALK. What do we do? Let's see. I guess, Dwayne, check with the dealer. And Jeff, thank you, by the way. We appreciate it. Jeff, check with the dealer and find out if the TSB was done. Jeff, do you have a number for that TSB?
I can see if I can look it up real quick. If you want to put me on hold, I'll get on with the computer.
Yeah, I'll tell you what you can do. Suzanne, can you get the number of that from Jeff and give it to Dwayne? Dwayne, check with the dealer and then get back to us and let us know. Okay, Antonio, not sure we can help you. This is a military issue. What's going on?
Yes, I applied for a VA ID card, and I filled out the forms and everything, and I got my card, but they said they classified me HG.
What does that mean?
It basically says that I do not qualify for medical benefits, but
wait, what were you classified?
Classified
sir,
as
sir, what was your classification again? H what?
G.
What is that?
Basically, they said I made too much money to apply to get medical benefits. And after reading the form, I should have been classified as priority 6 because I served in Vietnam. And when I called the VA...
So hold on. So it doesn't matter how much you make under that?
Well, apparently not. I guess if I make too much money, I don't get the medical. And I use the medical for my inhaler for asthma.
Okay, so are they saying, bottom line, you're making too much money for the inhaler?
Correct.
Are they right or are they wrong?
Well, after reading the form, I should have been classified as priority 6 because I served in Vietnam.
Yeah, you said that, but here's what I want to know. Under priority 6, is there a limit to the income?
No. It just says as long as I served in Vietnam.
Okay, so as long as you served in Vietnam, you would have no limit. You could make as much as you want and still get medical coverage.
Yes. That's how I read the letter. And when I called about my DD-214...
And by the way, that's military jargon. DD-214, isn't that your discharge record?
Yes.
Okay.
And it does not show that I served in Vietnam.
Why? Wait a minute. Why doesn't your discharge show? Do other people's discharges show where they served?
Yes.
It does.
But he said there was thousands of people that has happened to. And I sent him a letter and the information. And
I get it. Listen, it seems pretty clear. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's clear. You have a military record that does not reflect your time in Vietnam. As a result, you're being denied medical coverage. Is it that simple?
Correct.
Okay.
I think we have a VA guy.
Yeah, we do. How much does that medicine cost you every month?
Because of COVID, they've in January they billed me $8 for the year.
No, what if you had to buy it on your own?
On my own, I had to go to my doctor, and it was $130-some for 3 months.
Oh my goodness, that's a big difference.
Yeah, welcome to prescription drugs in the U.S.
So can't get meds because of his classification, or not because of his classification, because his discharge records do not show his time in Vietnam. I want to know if any other veterans are listening where this has happened, and what do they do to correct the DD-14 or the discharge papers? Did anyone suggest to you what you have to do to get your time in Vietnam reflected on your discharge?
Yes, I called somebody, and they told me to fill out this form, which I did, and I have a copy of it, requests pertaining to military records, and I sent it off on March 5th, and today's the 25th. I gave him my phone number, my email.
Got it. So you haven't heard anything.
Address.
I get it, man.
It hasn't been that long, though. I mean...
Well, under the conditions. However, can we give this to our angel over at the VA?
I've got to see if we have one, Tom.
I thought we did.
Maybe we do. I haven't dealt with one since I've been back.
But you're the one that developed it, Suzanne.
This really sucks. I mean, this poor guy goes over, of all places, Vietnam to fight for the country, and regardless of what you think of the war.
It's not even shown.
He can't even get an inhaler now from these guys.
Antonio, hang on, man. We're going to see what we can do to help you. Meanwhile, any other veterans listening to the show, does your discharge show your time in Vietnam? Supposedly, thousands and thousands of veterans have the same problem, that your discharge papers, your DD-214, does not show time in Vietnam. Has that happened to you? If it did, what did you do to change it? This is important information for our veterans. So let's figure it out. 303-713-TALK. You can also call 303-MARTINO. We have more coming right up.
I took it earlier.
Yeah, you would think the guy would know if he was in Vietnam.
Harris is down at the border calling the Border Patrol KKK.
What? She didn't say that, did she?
She was just there.
She didn't say that, though. There's no way. Nice try. You're fishing.
Now go look.
Yeah, okay, I will.
Look at Harris. Look, Harris compares Border Patrol to KKK. Just put that in there in the search. Put it in there.
Back out on the highway drive, westbound I-76, still heavy between 88th and I-270. Watch out for delays there. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a slight chance of rain this afternoon with a high.
Oh my God, compared to ice to KKK.
I need to know what's. Oh, got it.
A short drive to Glenwood Springs.
Hey, can I have the number of CNN so I can put it on that
channel? Fly into soothing hot spring. Find out. You're fun to find a way. And plan your getaway at visitglenwood.com.
Get Found Fast is the name of the company. It's also what they do. They help your website get found fast. So if you want to be found fast, you go to the company called Get Found Fast. And I'm serious. Not only do they help with search engine optimization, they help with your entire website on organization and structure to make sure it's user-friendly. So let's put it this way. If you need help, you're going to get a free analysis with no obligation from GetFoundFast.com.
Free. Wouldn't it be nice if everything in this world was free? Let's say your car was broke and you want it fixed. Well, how about for free? That would be great. How about if you could just get an estimate for free? That would be great. Well, if you ever need a plumber to your house, it costs you $0 with Master Rooter Plumbing. They'll send a licensed plumber out from their great team and give you a free estimate. No hidden costs, no trip charges. A free plumber for a free estimate. 720-434-3406. 720-434-3406.
CNN says it's not surprising that during the pandemic when Chris was showing symptoms and he was concerned about a possible spread, he turned to anyone he could for advice and assistance, as any human would.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with what he did.
Well, no one's saying that he did anything wrong. I don't necessarily.
Even the New York Times is covering him.
I
You
don't.
know what? They're out to get this son of a bitch.
The Insurance wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they're making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right now from thesharpandrides.com, get credit-approved online finance, and they will literally deliver your new car right to your front door. Shop
Special
today
testing
at
for his brother.
thesharpandrides.com.
Hi, Gantry Cleaning with Gunlight. Kitchens, baths, counters, and doors, and even replacement windows and doors. Spring and home show season is the best time to get your new look going in your home. Unfortunately, nearly every home show in the state for this time of year has been canceled.
The governor's mother, Matilda.
Let's bring the home shows to them. Right in your home, we'll lay out our tried and true methods and products, actual cabinet style and color selections.
No, Biden compared Harris compared ICE to the KKK, but that was in 2018. It's just coming back to bite her now. But she has done it. It's pretty amazing, actually.
You'll enjoy our traditional 8% home show savings. Call and check us out. Whether it's a kitchen, bath, some counters or floors, or even replacement windows and doors, that, as always, you have our work.
So now we got virus that covered up the deaths in the nursing home, sexual harassment.
7 women.
And now, no, 8.
8 women. Jesus.
And now special treatment for testing. All of this for the governor.
I'm trying to build my business while keeping costs down. So imagine my surprise when I...
Where's that base you talk at occasionally? Down in the Springs.
Oh, I forget the name of it. You must be mistaken me for somebody who remembers that shit.
Got a quote in 15 minutes and ended up saving...
I gotta get our new open up. We still get dinged.
Of fresh air. This means put me at ease by explaining my policy and making sure I only pay for what I needed. It felt great to know I was protecting while saving money. It's easy to see what Pi is rated excellent on Trustpilot by customers. If you're a small business owner, check out Pi Insurance for workers' comp. Ask your agent for Pi or see how much you can save at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
2 things happen when you get a DUI. A criminal charge and a civil proceeding against your license. Get an experienced, aggressive attorney who can help you in both areas. Joseph A. Lazaro, 303-429-6200. That's 429-6200.
Colorado is more than a state. It's a state of mind. Here, we each do things our own way. And yet, state politicians want to create a one-size-fits-all government health insurance system called the state government option. It gives politicians greater control over health care, threatening the coverage you already have, and increasing costs.
Humada.
Politicians, we cannot afford.
Who says that? You know? Trivia. Humada.
Well, the guy that said it at first was Jackie Gleason.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Did you know the River Nile flows south to north?
He was a funny son of a bitch, wasn't he?
One of the first
God, he was good. That Honeymooner show, that was
1,000 years of history.
awesome.
Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com. Denver's talk station.
Online at khelp.com.
Go, Mo.
Hi, Tom Martino here at 303-713-TALK. Don't forget Frank Duran, the real estate man, will do free market
Valuations of your home. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com for free valuations of your home. And that means according to market conditions, what he can get for it on the market is there's no obligation to list it, but he'll tell you what he has seen realistically in the market. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Okay, so Deputy Doc has a follow-up from yesterday. Deputy Doc, which problem is this, sir?
Hey, remember Jera called up about her Hyundai Elantra that she bought and needed a new engine?
And they voluntarily said, they said they were going to put in a new engine, which is remarkable. And she says it's taking too long.
Well, it's only been a month, and I spoke to them. They sounded pretty reasonable. They're waiting for parts, and the thing is, the purchase price was $8,500, and she put down $5,000. So they're not going to get their $3,500 until they give her back her car. And they seem pretty reasonable that they're waiting for parts and as soon as they get the parts, they'll put it in, give her back her engine, and collect the money. So it sounds like it's just a matter of waiting for Hyundai to send in the parts. So I don't think there's an issue. She's happy with that. They called her back and explained it, so I think that she's a happy camper now.
You know, I'm shocked they're doing it. I mean, they don't have to do that.
No, they never had to in the beginning, which I thought was crazy that they're doing it. But thanks, Doc, for checking and giving her peace of mind. We'll keep following that up. We appreciate it. Now, Bob called yesterday. Let's get him on here now about a dry cleaning problem. Hey, what's going on, Bob?
Well, excuse me, Tom. I took in a pair of dress slacks to have them dry cleaned about 2 weeks ago. Went back 4 or 5 days later to pick them up, and the attendant told me that there was an additional charge. And I said, well, what additional charge? They said, well, we washed them. I said,
wait a minute.
Only.
Wait a minute. You brought, were they wool slacks?
Yes.
They washed them?
Yep. Well, after they dry cleaned them.
Well, they ruined them. Why would they wash wool slacks?
I have no idea.
Are they dressed like worsted wool or what?
Well, it's a stretch moleskin wool blended slack.
Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah.
It's expensive, and anyway, so I
but why would they? Just tell me, why would they wash them? Was it a mistake?
Well, it was a mistake, but what they did is the attendant said that it was stained, and I said,
well, that's what dry cleaning is for, if it's stained.
Yeah, but what happened? Did you pick them up and they were ruined?
Yep. So they said, well, you'll have to talk to the owner. So anyway, I went back 2 days later and talked to the owner, and I said, yeah, what are you going to do? I said, this is an extremely expensive pair of pants. And he goes, well, what did they cost? And I said, they're $169. And he gave me a song and dance.
How old are those slacks? How old are the slacks?
3 months, 3 months maybe. I got them just before Christmas.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. So what are they going to do for you? Did they, by the way, were they ruined? What did they look like?
Oh, they were shrunk.
My God, what an idiot. And plus, hold on.
Anyway,
plus they wanted to charge you for it.
Well, when I went in to pick them up, she said there was an additional charge, and I said,
right. That's what they wanted to charge you for ruining them.
Yeah.
What's the name of this place?
Yeah, what is the dry cleaner that washed wool slacks? Without asking.
I have no idea. Well, I talked to the owner, and he told me that he had dry cleaned them. I said, okay. I said, well, how did they get washed? The attendant that works for him apparently washed them for no. I can't.
Okay,
but what's the issue? They
no
should
problem.
pay for it.
They made a mistake. They pay for the mistake. What's the problem?
They're not going to. I asked him. I said, well, are you liable? I said, no. He said, we're not liable.
Listen.
And then he gave me song and dance about
this is one of those stupid things he's going to say on the back of the ticket, we're not responsible for anything.
No. But they're not responsible under normal conditions if your dry cleanable pants do not hold up to dry cleaning. Stuff like that. But you don't wash dry cleanable only clothes. It's ridiculous. All right. What do you want? How much?
Well, the pants, I showed him they were. First of all, he didn't believe that it was $169. So
that's not expensive for dress slacks, wool.
Hey! I get all my stuff at Costco. I've never paid more than $20 for pants.
And Mark, everyone would agree with that when they see you. But here's the point: this gentleman obviously buys really nice dress slacks.
I'm going to call these guys.
You will? Good.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, to nickel and dime you over this stuff? 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Chris, your turn. Hey, we are getting through the calls, peeps. Get us a call if you have a problem. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Go ahead, Chris. Chris? All right, he's waiting because he hears himself. Now he's got to pick.
Hey, what was the name of that form we were talking about with the
DD-214 was the discharge form.
DD-214.
Hey, Chris! Okay, tell Chris to... Oh, man. I would go to him in a second. All right, let's go to Tanner. Tanner, what's going on?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Real quick, I went to the DMV this morning. I am trying to get a Colorado driver's license. I was born in Arkansas and have an Arkansas birth certificate, obviously. I went in there to get my driver's license, and they told me that they won't accept the birth certificate because it has a Little Rock, Arkansas seal, not a state or county seal.
Okay, but why does it have a Little Rock seal?
So I called.
No, it's Tanner. Tanner, why does your birth certificate have a Little Rock seal? I've never heard of cities giving a seal to it.
So it has a Arkansas Health Department seal. Underneath that, it says Little Rock, Arkansas.
So it's a state seal. Right, it's a state seal. And DMV won't accept it because it says Little Rock. I don't even get it.
Agreed. So,
well, it's not exactly the cream of the crop down there. You've been there.
Hey, stop.
Stop.
I was going to refrain from that. Any state
they almost pick a fight for reasons sometimes.
In Arizona, in Arkansas?
No, I'm saying our DMV here, they seem to just want to find stuff.
No, you're right. You're right. DMV is amazing. It's almost like they get kudos or they like it when they can send you back home. I swear to God, you make an appointment and they send you back home. I wonder how many people actually get what they want the first time. I wonder. It's like they get joy out of it. So, I want to ask about this Arkansas thing, Tanner. You live there. Did you have a driver's license in Arkansas?
So my previous address was actually in Missouri. So
did you have a previous, let me ask you, do you have a previous license?
Yes, from Missouri.
All you have to do is transfer that license. Why do you need a birth certificate?
I think you need 2 forms, right?
So now with the Real ID, which is the only thing that you can apply for now because they go into effect in October, I believe, nationwide, is you have to have a birth certificate, your social security number, and then if you're out of state, you have to have 2 forms, basically 2 pieces of mail that prove your address.
So hold on. Is this for everything with DMV?
All I know is this is what I was told for my driver's license.
It's to get a real ID. So, yes, your driver's license.
So you need a birth certificate, mail, and what else?
My social security card.
Okay.
How about a passport? Do you even have one?
I don't know.
Okay.
God, so right now you do not have enough to satisfy Real ID.
Well, he does, but the folks down there aren't recognizing his birth certificate.
I bet I can help.
How?
We have a pretty good angel there at DMV. They seem to help out with some weird issues like this. We can see what they say.
I'm going to take back what I said then.
No, they seem to be doing just trying to be difficult. You have a birth certificate. It's a certified copy, right?
Correct. And when I called the health department, they said, okay, to know that it's certified, you hold it up to a light like a $100 bill, and it has the void official document, as if you were trying to copy it.
Do you have that?
That's built into the birth certificate, showing that it's.
And they still hold on, and they still won't accept it.
No, because they're saying it says Little Rock on it.
Yeah.
But it says state seal.
Correct.
Oh, then you just got a moron. Did you ask for a supervisor?
And I talked to the supervisor, and he said the exact same thing. Basically, they told me that the only way that I could do it is either get something reissued from Arkansas, which I called them, and they can't because that's the only one that they do.
This sucks. Or
I have to go to some kind of exceptions and repeals process through the state of Colorado.
So no one from Arkansas can get a driver's license in Colorado,
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. So, has anyone recently from Arkansas tried this?
We can ask him when he comes in.
He's from Arkansas?
Yeah.
Okay. Now listen, Tanner, we are going to give it to a DMV angel, plus we're going to ask our board op when he comes in, who's from Arkansas. And listen, what do you expect from a state that has a city called Toads Suck? Have you heard of you've heard of Toads Suck, right? Tanner?
I have not, no.
Oh, well, that's right in your state. I think I'm saying it right. Toads suck. Toads suck, I think. Anyway, I digress.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Catless in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station, available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Galleria Lighting, Colorado's premier lighting.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, one trouble spot, or one slow spot, I should say, on the Highway Drive on the south end of town, southbound 225, solid stop and go from Parker Road through the spillway. Just watch out for delays. No reports of a crash. Just travel through there with caution. The rest of the highway is looking good. Off-highway traffic lights are out at University and C470. Treat that as an all-way stop. Up in the high country, westbound I-70 is closed between Copper Mountain and Vail for vehicle recovery. It's not scheduled to reopen until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be a mostly sunny day. Chance of rain later. High of 52. Right now cloudy.
You're zoned.
With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner.
I like it, though.
630 KHOW.
Galleria Lighting is Colorado's premier lighting showroom, filled with the latest lighting from brands like Hinkley Lighting. Take advantage of their 40% off MSRP sale going on this weekend. Visit GalleriaLighting.net. That's GalleriaLighting.net.
Who needs an estate plan? The answer is someone who doesn't have one. And what I'm telling you is it could be as simple as a will. It might be a trust. It might be just a beneficiary's deed to leave your home, or a payable on death certificate for your bank account. We get calls every day on how to leave stuff to people. We have people with urgent needs because someone just died. All of these questions, all of these referrals we give to MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Translation, Blake Harris, attorney at law, with his team of lawyers to help you with your estate planning issues. And a good estate plan is all about protecting you while you're alive, protecting your net worth, your assets, and also protecting your heirs. Now, you can do that in a very simple form, and it gets more complicated, but the good news is you get free information, free consultations. He only charges flat rates for what he does. MileHighEstatePlanning.com, and the number is 833-ASK-BLAKE. So, in a kitchen, what are the major parts? Well, we know what the major parts are. Your eyes go right to the cabinets, and they go to the countertops. And you can get both of those at theartofgranite.com. Now, here's the deal. You can get a price on the phone, too. Now, he does granite or any natural stone or quartz. He's a direct stone importer, a quartz importer for wholesale. He tears out and hauls away free and does the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. Get your price on the phone, 303-386-5919.
Riddle me this, Batman. What programs itself and then pays for itself? Yes, it's the Nest thermostat. So there you go. And the guys at 888heating.com will install one in your house. And if you haven't had one yet, these things are incredible. They'll turn your heat down when you leave. They know when you're home. They know what temperature you like in your house. They'll monitor your equipment to make sure it's not breaking down. Fully automated thermostat, installed for only $280. You can't even get them on Amazon for that with sales tax. 888heating.com.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise showings. What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to
Toads Suck. Someone said
They're moving.
it is. I don't know. I'm going to it. It's a link.
Old home once you're all
Toadsuck.org.
That means
Conway, Arkansas.
Open houses.
Exciting plans are being made for the Toadsuck Days 2021 in early April. Follow us on social media for festival announcements.
Well, that's Toadsuck Days. We got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old one. Highly recommend.
I mean, how would you even have heard of Toadsuck unless it was, right?
Didn't have to
Boy,
rush
the
to it.
Democrats are
And most
seizing power now.
importantly,
You know what
we
they're
have
doing?
7 other offers
They
for our
want
new home.
to. They want
Go
to
to
do all
Orchard.com
popular
now.
vote.
Enter your address and
For
get
the whole
started with a
country.
free valuation. It's
And
that
there's way
easy.
more liberals.
That's Orchard.com.
Yeah, but they're all fleeing.
Orchard.com.
Now,
Listen, man, the pendulum swung. There's no doubt. But guess what's cool about this?
Introducing iHeart Ad Builder nationwide, a new way to
And anytime any of us thought it wasn't going to swing the other way, we're always fucking wrong.
local web-based business into a company with customers all over the country.
It's kind of funny, as a society, how
and cost effectively.
you get too far on one side and literally you start thinking like the other side. I mean, it's really kind of cool. It's like almost like an ecosystem of how we all think as one in a lot of fucking ways. You know what I'm saying? I'm not describing it well enough, but if you're put in an environment long enough, I think you tend to either change everybody else or you get changed to what everybody else is thinking. And then
it's called consensus.
But then it naturally changes and seems to naturally swing to the other opinion, regardless of what we're talking about.
And I gotta tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me. Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right? Oh yeah, the patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone.
Suzanne and I finish each other's thoughts like constantly. And I'm sure it's because we've been together for fucking ever. You know, literally, we were kids together. So what's strange is, do you think it's simply knowing that person that long, or do you actually start thinking like that other person?
Of course. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever.
I mean, but it gets weird. I mean, there'll be times where we're like watching a show, and something will happen in that show that makes us both think back to something that happened, 10 years ago that's not related to anything. Why did that just play?
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So,
stingers are for when we go out.
What is Scott? Scott, you have something to say about DM? Oh, right, I'm sorry, that's Chris.
Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
I was going to take you anyway, and you were. What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, so I want to write off a home office.
Yeah.
And I'm getting some conflicting information on what needs to be included when you calculate the total square footage. Do I have to include a basement?
Living space, usable living space. Yeah. So, if you have usable living space, that's what you count, and you don't count closets and stuff. You count livable space, and then the percentage of the office is what you take. So, if you have 1,000 square feet and your office is 100 square feet, you have 10%. And, of course, you really need an accountant. But in addition to that, well, that's 10% off all expenses for that office, plus you have 10% off other things.
What people forget is mortgage interest, insurance, utilities, repairs, all of that.
Right.
However, listen, man, this is really important. It really does have to be a home office, a primary office, not you want one and your boss says, I don't care if you have one.
Right.
And it's got to be your only office. You can't have a real office then a home office and take both.
No, you can't take both, but you can have a home office and your boss can provide you with an office.
Maybe.
So here's the deal.
But I'm getting some conflicting
about what
on even if the basement is finished. On some websites it says it can't be included in a real estate listing. So should it be included as total square footage?
I think you're overthinking it. Why not?
Me too. I say you you take every legal advantage there is. So if you have total living square feet, and you're saying, well, what's considered total living square feet? I don't think there's anything in writing. I think you're going to get one accountant who's going to say one thing and one accountant's going to say another.
And I bet a lot of people have actually turned their basement into the home office, so of course you would calculate it.
Yeah, and they would say half of it, because that's half of the house and the whole basement is business. So I would disagree. I would say if it's usable living square feet, then and you're using it, then it would be counted. That would be my gut. But I don't think you're going to find this in writing.
And don't forget all that other stuff, though. I mean, really, your mortgage expense and everything else that goes along with it.
How much is your basement, by the way? And is it finished?
So I got 1254 up and 1254 down. Part of the basement is finished.
That's what you would count then, right? What is your? Do you have an accountant?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What does your accountant say?
Yeah.
Well, he says, yeah, we should count the basement too. But I'm seeing a lot of conflicting reports on that.
Here's what
below grade.
Here's what it says from the horse's mouth. Well, or people that deal with the horse's mouth directly. To find correct total, you divide. Okay, you take the total and divide it by the total square footage of your home. Now, okay, but it doesn't say. Yeah, it gave the example of me, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. The simple method, calculate square footage, but then what is square footage?
If you have an accountant and he's saying do it, he's the one that's signing off on this. Do it, man.
I would do it. Right. There would be no doubt in my mind I would do it. I would count the finished square footage.
You know, owning a home has rarely been easier or more
affordable. And if you're a veteran or on active duty, a VA loan could be the perfect thing for you. This is Ross Kaminsky for my friends at American Financing, where I've done 2 mortgages, reminding you that VA home loans can provide you with significant monthly.
Why don't you play a stinger right now, Shannon?
There's no payment, there's no mortgage insurance required. You have some of the lowest rates in the industry, and if you already have a home loan, that's no problem. You can refinance any existing mortgage into a VA loan, and you can even access 100% of your home's value, meaning a lot more money for you and your family. So don't wait to take advantage of $1,000 or more maybe in monthly savings, especially with rates still near all-time lows. Call American Financing today and get the best deal for you.
She probably stole his fucking phone.
So I emailed him saying, please shoot me your phone number so we can call you.
Maybe I should go down there.
I'll go.
Shannon wants to go. He's
up.
like, it's in bed. Oh, Shannon. And Shannon can say his own name and hear his
I
own
already
voice.
do, so I might as well, make it pay
Might as
off.
well, might as well have someone else in the room.
Shannon, you're doing great.
Shannon, turn over.
Shannon, that feels good.
Know that.
That would be funny if a married couple named Shannons.
Well, Andy Lindahl's wife's Andy. They've been married forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's got to be
Andy.
Andrea, right?
I don't know. It's a different
She
spelling.
goes by
A-N-D-I, A-N-D-Y. They worked at Bennigan's together 1,000 years ago.
Bennigan's, that's been a million years.
Are they even around anymore? I don't think so.
The Lindahls or Bennigan's?
Bennigan's.
Bennigan's gone.
Yeah, I thought so. Yep. I'll tell you what I'm amazed is still around is those TGI Fridays. There's like just a few of them.
Yeah. We used to do a Broncos show at the one that was Arapahoe and Parker.
What was the one on Sundays? There was a bar down. I mean, it's pretty much you go over the bridge right over here. But they had the players out there almost every
I got his
Sunday.
number.
In fact, I think you used to run it. Now that I think about it, it was a little.
We did Jackson's Hole.
Yeah, they're all gone
next to
too.
King Super. Just the one across from Coors Field.
Oh, that's still there.
Here, Dean.
Hey, Dean.
No, not yet.
We got to do
I don't
something.
even
This
know.
fucking poor guy.
Dean?
Jesus.
Dean, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, Dean? I don't know if he can hear me. Dean, can you hear us? I don't know. Can you hear me, Dean? I don't know why he can't hear me.
On 3? Was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
I mean, I think I'll just go down there.
Well, you're gonna need his address. Just scare the shit out of her.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to tell her to get out. I mean, shit. You know,
Threaten to call the police on her for her meth. She'll leave.
Well, it's decriminalized already.
only in Denver.
Yeah.
No, who decriminalized everything? Wasn't it Washington? Oregon. Isn't that crazy? Now, you can't have a lot of it, but you can have...
Dean, can you hear me now? Hang on a minute. Hang on. I don't know if it's his phone or me. Are you there, Dean? Yes, hang on. Mark wants to talk to you.
So where do you stand now, man? Is she there right now? And she just, have you actually asked her and she says no? Maybe I should come down. Oh, this is crazy. Hold on, we're gonna bring you back up. Hold on. I gotta take a piss. I'm just gonna end up going down there and see if
Scare the crap out of her.
I want to bring her back up.
All right, Dean. Shannon Savior.
Dean is?
That's what I'm putting. Shannon problem. We know about Shannon problems. Oh, out of the office. Copy email address.
What do you say to a lot of callers, with all due respect?
With all due respect.
Has this only been an hour? Seriously. There are times I look up and I'm like, holy crap, it's already almost noon. I'm good.
I know, it's crazy, huh?
Not today. That's fun. I'd like to hear all those stories.
What?
That the highway's closed near Copper Mountain for a while they do vehicle recovery. But it sounded like multiple. Like, they've been here a while. We got
just another vehicle to recover.
Yeah.
Out of the creek or whatever. Off the side of the hill.
Yeah.
In our when we're in our bus, it is freaking scary the amount of people, especially coming up 83 from the Springs to Franktown.
Yeah.
The amount they just
The movies who's missing a tooth, but you find it not as funny as the movie when you can't eat everything you want or have a big smile in family photos.
You know what? I got another idea. Hold on.
Dental and have an absolutely free
Turn that
consultation
down
with
here.
Doctors Yaros,
Or actually,
Augustine,
don't matter.
Zephyr, or Son, and let them explain to you how dental implants work and why they're such a great solution. I don't know any group with the implant experience of Aspenwood Dental, which is why my wife is right now in their care for an implant, and I only trust my wife's care to the best. Please set up your free consultation at AspenwoodDental.com. That's AspenwoodDental.com, or just call them 303.
Hey, I've got a great one for your news if they'll do it, man. We helped out this wacko lady who was, and basically, a listener called in and said she could stay there for a minute. Now she's in there smoking fucking meth. His toolboxes are missing, and this freaking homeless lady won't leave. I mean, it's the craziest shit ever, man.
It's so close to home.
It is crazy. It's crazy as hell. In fact, we're going to be talking about it as soon as we come back in. Listen to it for a minute. You're going to hear him. He's right down near you guys. And let me know if it'll fit in. I think if I can threaten her with a news van and shit, she'll get the hell out because of the meth. We're getting back on. You just listen.
Who are you talking to, Mark? Who are you talking to?
Program director at KRDO.
Oh, it's down there?
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com, RenewHomeInnovations.com. These are the people that will do your beautiful shower custom-made in a day. Showers the next day for most of the stuff they have in stock, and that's for like 85 or 90% of the stuff. And they do special financing for seniors, veterans, active military. A huge inventory, rapid installations, and a short timeline, even if they don't have it in stock. Get your beautiful, beautiful shower or shower tub combo. In the bathroom, they have visualizing software to help you see the colors. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. Okay, we have a problem, and we're just so upset about it.
It's insane, man.
And Dean, what do you do when you try to help someone? You hear on the radio, someone down and out. She was crying, saying she wants to work. That day she'll go to work. And she hasn't seen her son. The divorce was devastating. The landlord stole from her. She has nothing. Dean opened up his home to her. He has rentals, but he says, you know what? I'll just open up my home and she can stay here until she gets on her feet.
Then he got her a job.
He got her a job she didn't show up for. We got her job she didn't take. She basically does not want to work. She's a liar. She's also a liar about meth. We suspect she's still doing drugs. She was a meth addict. She was arrested for drug charges years ago.
No, not years ago, Tom. Some of those were pretty recent.
Okay. And then Dean can't get rid of her. His car ended up stolen.
Yep.
His tools are stolen.
Yep.
Is it a coincidence? She doesn't have a key to the house, but I don't know why Dean is putting up with this. Dean, it's time to send her packing. Why don't you do what I said? Why don't you just lock her out? That's what I would do, lock her out. So what if she goes to an attorney? Fight it in court. She's not a tenant. You didn't rent to her. Why aren't you
I agree.
Well, then lock her out.
No, I've got all of her stuff's out on the front porch right now. They were just here. I pulled the door off of my son's room that she was staying in, and she sent me a bunch of nasty texts.
Saying what?
I forwarded them to Suzanne.
Oh, that's what those are. I didn't take your damn toolbox, so come give me my stuff. You want us to starve too, she says.
Yeah, we want you to get the hell out. Stop mooching from people, you dirty, rotten scumbag drug addict.
Where are they at now, man?
They left out the front door and they were walking down the street, so they just took off. I could probably go get them, but don't
go get them. You need to get a restraining order, Dean.
I'd lock the door right now, man. I mean, this is crazy. It's like you've been infested by roaches.
Well, yeah, I've taken time off. I took a leave of absence from work.
Oh my God!
More money going to work than it is staying.
You know what? Maybe I should go down there. Maybe he's not quite getting what we're saying.
Go down there, Mark, and find her.
Now listen, will you get a restraint?
Would be helpful.
Shannon, get a restraining order.
Dean.
All right, I'm sorry, Dean. Against Shannon.
Well, how do I get a restraining order?
She's been threatening you.
Okay, he doesn't know how. Do we have an attorney down there we can help him? We really have to help him. Is there someone down? Do we have an attorney in the Springs?
I think I'm going to end up just going down.
Okay.
Oh, you're in the Springs?
Yeah.
No,
you know what?
He's not in the Springs.
Dean, why did you think he's in the Springs, Mark?
I thought he was in the Springs. Where are you?
I'm in Westminster.
Why did you?
God, I'm completely opposite.
All right, Mark called the news station down in the Springs thinking we could help you down there. That's not. No. You need help here. We might be able to do that for you. We need to get someone to file a restraining order for you.
That would be excellent.
I'm pretty sure a ham sandwich can get a temporary, so I don't know why he can't just go get one. You know,
well, we have to find.
She's been threatening to you.
Hold on. We're going to walk you through the process, Dean. She's been threatening. Okay. You fear for your life. She has drug charges that in her past.
And drugs.
Tom, I think all he needs to do is go straight to the police station, and you can't call them, Dean. You got to go to the police station and get the restraining order.
No, I don't know. They don't give them out. You got to go before a judge. Please get Joe Lazaro on or someone to talk about a restraining order. Let's just do this. Hold on.
I called the police this morning.
No, they won't come. They won't come unless, of course,
Dean,
it's something to do with someone not wearing a mask or they're eating and too close to each other.
What did you say, though? What did you honestly say to them?
They don't fight crime anymore.
I told the police that I have a lady that won't leave my house. She's not a tenant. And they said that I have to file for eviction. I said, no,
you don't.
She's not a tenant. I'm just going to lock her out. And they told me specifically I can't do that.
You know what? Who the hell are they?
Thanks a lot, Westminster.
Yeah, what, are they practicing law at Westminster Police Department? They're practicing law? She's not a tenant. You said she could stay there a couple of days, and now you want her to leave. She's not a tenant.
Yeah, I called the police, and I told them I found drugs in my bathroom. You know, I need this lady.
What kind of drugs did you find?
He thinks it's meth.
I think it's meth. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I didn't test it, but I have seen it before, and that's what it looks like.
And they won't even come. Wait a minute. They won't even. Suzanne, we need to ask for a public information officer at Westminster Police. And people, if you know Westminster Police, don't clog up their emergency line, but you need to let them know that if you live in Westminster, you demand that they do their jobs. They're practicing law on the phone. Here's a drug addict in his home threatening him, and they won't come to the house. They won't help him get a restraining order. Yeah, you know what? If you said there was a Republican not wearing a mask, they'd be there. The SWAT team would be there. Okay? Let's be real, folks. Let's be real. I am so sick and tired. Now listen.
Me too.
Okay. Hold on. Westminster, we're going to call Westminster Police. I want a comment from Westminster Police. They serve the public, okay? Protect and serve. You found drugs. You have someone in your home. You don't want him there. Why are they practicing law, calling her a tenant? Why are they doing that?
I reported it. I said, I've got drugs. You know, what do I do? And they said I have to file for an eviction. And I couldn't believe it, but it was Ashley was who I spoke with.
Well, Ashley doesn't know. Who the hell is Ashley? Is she an officer?
I believe so, actually. I called back twice, and I kept getting her. So
you know what? We need to get. You don't go to the police for a restraining order, okay? They might recommend one, but you go to a judge. We got to figure out the process up there in Westminster because I believe that's still part of the United States. Hold on, Dean. This is disgusting. And she's disgusting. We will never help her. Why don't you call Shannon's phone?
I'm going to try. I'm going to go call Westminster Police.
Yeah, okay, talk to him. Talk to him about what this guy did. He invited her in for a few days. He never created a tenancy.
I don't even think he invited her in.
Well, he said she could stay there a couple days. How about that? Daryl, you want to give some kudos? Go ahead. I love kudos.
Thank you.
For what?
For turning me on to Integra Insurance.
Great people. When we recommend people, we really, really, really mean it. We do.
Stephanie was on the phone with me and my wife for 2.5 hours yesterday, wanting to get every single detail she could get because we needed to get health insurance because our current health insurance is expiring the 1st of May, and she saved us $1,100 a month.
Oh, my goodness. I want everyone to hear that.
$1,100.
And she was on the phone with you for how long?
For 2.5 hours, Tom.
2.5 hours.
I says, Stephanie, here's, you can call us back. And she said, no, I want to get all these details so that we get you the insurance that you need. And check this out. Prescriptions, we pay $0. We're going to pay $0.
My God, is that wonderful or what? This is what happens when you have dedicated people. By the way, IntegraInsurance.com, 303-466-5500. Thank you, Daryl. I have to take a quick break, and then we're going to tackle these other problems, too.
Is your vision of home not turning out quite the way you planned it? Let the experts at CertaPro Painters paint you a more colorful view. Get a free estimate today and let CertaPro Painters create your new dream space. Listening, prepping, and painting every wall while handling every detail worry-free. Times may have changed, but our trusted service and expertise remains the same. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
You can have IV therapy in your home. I'm a regular now. I do it monthly with Rocky Mountain Rocky Mountain IV medics. I love these people. You know what? They have all kinds of hydration therapy. The same as you get at urgent care, the same as you get in a hospital, the same as you get in a hydration bar. You don't pay a penny more than a normal hydration bar, but you get the treatment in your home. Make sure you ask about the Myers cocktail and then ask about the migraine stuff. They also have vitamin deficiencies, dehydration, and NAD, a cellular rejuvenation. Call or text for same-day appointments even, 720-987-2155, 720-987-2155. I can say guaranteed investment returns when I'm talking about become the banker. Why is that? Because Joe and Jordan, father and son, are financial advisors who deliver on that promise. Become the banker, a guaranteed investment return of 4% plus a 1% dividend, tax-free. That's like doing 8, 9, or 10% outside of that. And in addition to that, guaranteed income for life. You want to find out about these? Go and sign up for an appointment. Make an effort here. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Are you buying a house with a boyfriend, girlfriend, friend, partner? Protect yourselves. Many will opt to be tenants in common where each of you own half. Your half goes to your estate. Make sure you have an agreement along with real estate documents.
Are they paying rent? That's good. You could try just going through the regular, channels and saying I'm selling, so you got 30 days and see if they'll get out. But I cannot, it's extended by the governor. Hang on, I think I might have found something for you. Through the end of 2020, but I'm not seeing what the current, oh gosh, I want to say they said it was extended until September of this year. It's just crazy. Let me see if this tells us. Yes, the program, it was through March 31st, but I want to say it was extended. And it might not be extended to September. It might only be extended to May right now. That's what I was trying to figure out for you. Okay, and if you want if you want to try to call me back a little later in the show or tomorrow, I'll try to have an answer. If you want to try to call me, that's okay. Although it only has, usually that over took effect. Yeah, just call me. We end at 2. Call me back in an hour or so. I'll try to have a better clarification for you. Just this number you called me at. Put it out in the meantime for you. Unless you want to come on and ask Tom. He might know. Yeah, he is a little bit. Let me see what I can find out. Just call me back in a little while. Everything I'm seeing right now says to March 31st. But I'm not getting my hopes up on that one, sir. So call me back. Bye. Troubleshooter show. What is your first name? Susie, hi. In a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Yeah. Okay. Was that during COVID? Okay, interesting. What is that referral?
Call or text for
Excuse me. Okay, 688-0944. Okay.
Martino, your troubleshooter,
303-713 talk. 713-8255. Behind the scenes, we're working to help Dean. Dean heard about a hard luck story on the air about a meth addict who wanted a job. She wanted to get out off the street. She wanted to have her son back. She wanted to work. She said she'd work that day. She actually convinced me. Now, obviously, we never, ever recommend people do anything specifically. We never recommend you give money or loan money ever now or bring people into your home, but we can't stop. We can't stop you. It's such a wonderful thing that Dean did. He invited Shannon into his home, and we thought, what a great thing. You know, and then I said, I thought Shannon was sincere, but she never went out to the job interviews we sent her on. She never showed up for work, for jobs. Several people tried to get her jobs. Even Dean tried to get her a job. She won't work. She's a liar. She's a cheater. She's an addict. She's an excuse maker. When I talked to her, she sounded high as a kite, and she was talking about emergency this and emergency that, and how everybody's stealing from her. She is a liar. She just doesn't know how to do anything except lie and cheat. That's what she knows how to do. And now Dean wants her out of his house. She says, you can't kick me out. So now she's trying to use all kinds of excuses, even COVID, to stay there. Now listen, here's the bottom line. This piece of crap needs to be ejected. He locked her out. Good. She doesn't have a key. Good. She never had a key. Good. She was a guest, and now she's not. Westminster police won't do their job. He found drugs in the bathroom. He has missing tools. He has a missing car. They won't do anything. You know what they said? You have to file for eviction. So apparently they don't care about drugs, meth. They don't care about enforcing the law at Westminster Police. What they care about probably are donuts and if somebody isn't wearing a mask. I'm so sick and tired. I'm a supporter of police, but do your damn job. Do your damn job. You got a woman breaking the law in that house and you won't go help a citizen? And you're practicing law? You're telling him on the phone, file for eviction? Who says? Where'd you get your law degree, you jerks? Scott, DMV, did you hear the story about that one guy couldn't get his license because he's from Arkansas and they don't accept Arkansas stamps?
Oh, yeah. No, that's what prompted me, Tom, was because right as that was happening, I had just not walked out, but I was at the DMV at Washington and about 120th, 119th, and I was just trying to get information. And as soon as that came up, I go, this has got to be a God thing, because I have a problem. I've been dealing with DMV, and it's not my problem. I've been trying to help somebody in my life, a young lady we've got all the information. We've given everything we could. I've cleared things through the state of Texas where she has a driver's license, which is completely available to get. And talking with Texas, Colorado and Texas can communicate electronically.
You know how I know how you deal with DMV. You know how you get a license? You tell them that you just came in from Mexico and you can't speak English and you have no ID. Then you'll get anything you want. I'm so sick and tired of the way things operate. Come on, man. I mean, they're loosening everything they can if you're not trying to do it the right way.
Yeah, I at this point, Tom, I just got to a point that I know they have the information. They are telling me it's at least 30 days. With them, it could be.
What is the issue with the what is the issue with the person you're trying to help?
We just need to get her a driver's license so that she can conduct business like a citizen would.
Why is it so difficult? Truly, there are people that just walk into this country and get driver's license in Colorado. Now tell me why it's going to take you months.
We waited somewhere 45 days or something for the appointment. We've given them all the information that they require, whether it's a divorce decree, a marriage license, birth certificate, Social Security card. I have all that for her. I've helped her get all of that. I have all the state certified stuff she needs. I've also worked with Texas, their DMV, and they've cleared her. She has a driver's license down there. If she had the driver's license from Texas, she could hand it to him and say, I'm surrendering Texas to Colorado. I want my Colorado driver's license. We can't get anywhere. We're waiting.
So what's the latest? What's the latest right now? I think DMV, they love sending people home. People wait 45 days for an appointment. You go in there, and they look for reasons to send you home. They suck.
That's exactly what they're doing every time. And see, I've got my license. I'm good to go. I'm just trying to help a person going like, this lady needs her
and now they decided they're not going to accept Arkansas state stamps. They're not accepting them. If you're from Arkansas, you can't get a license.
Yeah, I heard the guy that couldn't get his license. She's from Texas. We have it all. I would think that they would be able to electronically pull it up and go, aha, this is who you are.
Honest to God, how do they find people? I swear to God, how do they find people? How do they find people to work at DMV? I can see the job interview now. Hello, ma'am. Do you like people? Not particularly. Oh, good. You're going to do just... Can you tell me something? Can you think of excuses why people should be turned away? Think of some. Well, maybe that I's not dotted, that T's not crossed. Maybe I don't like the way it looks. Oh, good. What else can you do for us? Do you know how to look at your cell phone and ignore people? Good. What about eating? Plus you're overweight. That's good. That's always good. You got any tats? That'll help. Here's another thing. Do you know how to be rude and obnoxious? You got everything it takes to be in DMV in Colorado. But no, you're not quite rude enough, ma'am. Step it up a bit. Do you know how to delay? Secondly, finally, you got to move like a sloth. Okay, do you know how to do that? No, you're moving too fast. Slow down. Slow down. Now, here's your roll of red tape. Here's your no stamp. Go to work. That's Colorado DMV. And it's not a joke. It happens to everyone. They send you home. They want to send you home. They don't look to help you at all. They suck. I am so sick and tired of this bull crap. Ted, and Westminster Police now, they're practicing law.
I talked to him. Hold on.
Today's an angry day.
I might have got through him.
Ted, hold on, okay? I'll be right with you, Ted. What, Mark?
We'll do it after the break, but I talked to someone there at length.
All right, hold on. We'll come back with more. See if we can help Dean.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
Look, this first news conference. Yeah, I know. It's amazing. Who is that guy?
Got a crash there. Northbound
I want to hear him get quizzed, but...
I-70, blocking the right lanes of the ramp and backing you up to 20th Street. Some big delays downtown. Got a crash up north on southbound I-25, approaching 84th. That's got you back.
Okay, now they're asking questions. Can you turn it up? I want to hear them. I want to see if they're all softballs.
I want to turn up more.
Nation's like immigration reform, gun control, voting rights, climate change. All of those right now are facing stiff, united opposition from Republicans on Capitol Hill. How far are you willing to go to...
That's a fucking softball. Nothing about
I'm good. Look, when I took office, I decided that it was a fairly basic, simple proposition. And that is, I got elected to solve problems. And the most urgent problem facing the American people, I stated from the outset, was COVID-19 and the economic dislocation for millions and millions of Americans. And so that's why I put all my focus in the beginning. There are a lot of problems, but all my focus on dealing with those particular problems. And the other problems we're talking about, from immigration to guns and the other things you mentioned, are long-term problems. They've been around a long time. And what we're going to be able to do,
You're
God
a
willing,
softball question. They haven't
is
planned it.
now begin one at a time to focus on those as well.
What are you going to do to keep your promise to the
Whether it's
American people?
immigration or guns or a number of other problems that face the country. But the fundamental problem is getting people some peace of mind so they can go to bed at night and not stare at the ceiling wondering whether they lost their health insurance, whether they're going to lose a family member, whether they're going to be in a position where they're going to lose their home because they can't pay their mortgage, or the millions of people are going to get thrown out of their homes because of the inability to pay their rent. So we're going to move on these one at a time, try to do as many simultaneously as we can, but that's the reason why I focused as I have. And here's the deal.
No, that's CNBC.
I think my Republican colleagues are going to have to determine whether or not we want to work together, or they'll decide that the way in which they want to proceed is to decide to divide the country, continue the politics of division.
Right.
But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to move forward
Turn that
and
down.
take these things as they come.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. All right. Mark. Oh, we got to do the Art of Granite. Okay, sorry. I'll do the Art of Granite right now. TheArtofGranite.com
is the website for the Art of Granite. What I want to tell you about them is that you can get prices on the phone for any solid surface, any stone, quartz, countertop you want. You can get countertops usually in 2 weeks or after you pick materials. You can pick materials in their beautiful golden showroom. You want to make an appointment or find them anywhere once you contact Art of Granite, and they will let you purchase them wholesale on their account. TheArtofGranite.com. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal.
2.5.
We all spend time at home.
He rubs off on people, doesn't he? Well, Biden, you okay?
That message is not being received. Instead, the perception is used that got you elected as a moral, decent man. It's the reason why a lot of immigrants are coming to this country and entrusting you with unaccompanied minors. How do you resolve that tension? And how are you choosing which families can stay and which can go, given the fact that even though with Title 42 there are some families that are staying? Is there a timeline for when you won't be seeing these overcrowded facilities run by CPB when it comes to unaccompanied minors?
Well, look, I guess I should be flattered. People are coming because I'm the nice guy. That's the reason why it's happening. That I'm a decent man, or however it's phrased. That's why they're coming, because Biden's a good guy. Truth of the matter is, nothing has changed. As many people came, 28% increase in children to the border in my administration, 31% in the last year of in 2019 before the pandemic in the Trump administration. It happens every single solitary year. There is a significant increase in the number of people coming to the border in the winter months of January, February, March. It happens every year. In addition to that, there is and by the way, does anybody suggest that there was a 31% increase under Trump because he was a nice guy and he was doing good things at the border? That's not the reason they're coming. The reason they're coming is that it's the time they can travel, least likelihood of dying on the way because of the heat in the desert, number one. Number two, they're coming because of the circumstances in country. In country. The way to deal with this problem, and I started to deal with it back when I was United States Vice President, for putting together a bipartisan plan of over $700 million to do with the root causes of why people are leaving. What did Trump do? He eliminated that funding. He didn't use it. He didn't do it. And in addition to that, what he did, he dismantled all the elements that exist to deal with had been a problem.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad for all the questions. Now it's time to go.
He, in fact,
President
shut
Harris
down
will now be talking to you.
the number of
at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. We got a comment on all kinds of stuff with, let's go to Ted. He has a comment on DMV. Go ahead, Ted.
Yes, sir. I want to let you know, I moved here from Missouri. I have a commercial driver's license. I went to the DMV over on 18th and Youngfield, and I walked in the door, handed her my Missouri license. They typed me out a paper copy and told me I'd get my new license within 10 days. And it was that simple. I don't know why people have so much trouble.
I don't either. Why can't he do that? They didn't ask for any special ID, just the license.
Maybe the CDL itself is more important. I don't know.
Did you have to show them anything other than your CDL?
No, I just handed my driver's license, and then they typed me out a paper license and told me I'd get my regular license within 10 days.
I have no idea why that's happening to you and not to others. I don't get it. Richard, what is your comment?
Hey, Tom, yeah, that was a classic rant that you did about, do you like to say no, and here's your roll of red tape.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, that was a good rant.
Well, is it true? Is it true? Is it your experience?
Not necessarily. That North Glen office is my local office, and they suck big time. I'm also a commercial driver. I went in there and asked for an appointment. They said no. We have a couple of truck driving schools around here, and they've taken all the appointments for the next 90 days. So I got in my car, and I drove to the one at about 88th and either Pecos or Federal, and they're the nicest people in the world. They took care of me right away. I bet I wasn't there 10 minutes.
So it's not every office is what you're saying.
No, that's right. The big one that used to be on West Mississippi, they've moved down to Hamden and Wadsworth, and they're really good, too. And the previous caller used the one at 16th and Pierce. They're great.
But the North Glen one is the one you think giving the guy trouble.
Never go in there. Never.
Well, thank you very much. We're learning something. It depends on where you go for DMV on what kind of treatment you get. Maybe this guy needs to switch offices. Mark, you called about you called the police at which one?
Westminster.
Westminster Police. Now, they told him he needed to make an eviction, and they didn't care about the drugs.
Whoever he talked to didn't quite get the
import.
Yeah, so I explained it, and they're talking to Dean right now, and I'm hoping someone is heading over there as we speak. We'll see. But this lady, and if that officer heading over there is listening, this lady has meth in the house. This guy has had stuff stolen left and right since she's been in the house. She had other people move in, and she's not even supposed to be there, and it's a joke.
And he didn't have a tenancy.
Threatening text.
Right, and she didn't pay. This guy needs help. He's a good guy.
He was just trying to get her a job.
Thanks, Mark, for doing that. Seriously, let's see what happens for Dean. This woman will not work. You know, they used to say once a meth addict, always a meth addict. I don't believe that's true, but it's about 4% that come out of that. 4%. That's what a grip it has on people.
You know what's odd? That guy just said something about his CDL. He went in and handed his CDL. Everything I'm reading is your CDL you wouldn't transfer to a different state. You would just always keep it.
What?
You can't have multiple CDLs.
Well, maybe he turned his in. I don't know.
I don't know, but that was odd that he said that because it's different than everything I'm reading.
303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay, let's talk to Jenny. Jenny, what's happening?
Hi. Well, my dad's a hostage of the probate court.
Of what court? Of what court? The
probate court.
Oh, tell me what's going on.
He is 97 years old. He has Parkinson's disease, and about 5 months ago now, his wife got caught stealing money out of his account, and in retaliation, she put him in guardianship and conservatorship.
Is she the guardian? Jenny, is she the guardian?
She was, but she died, and I can't get him out for anything.
Hold on. Are you the only child?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the wife that did this to him, was that his first, second, third, fourth wife? What was it?
That was his second wife, not my mother.
And how long were they married?
15 years.
Okay. And did she rob the estate of her? Oh, excuse me, she died. Okay. Did she leave anything in her death?
She did, but she left it to one of the caregivers that she used to concoct this story of elder abuse.
Now, who did she say was abusing him?
She said I was abusing him.
Okay, see, that's what I thought.
She said I was abusing him financially, and the extent of the abuse was when she tried to have her financial advisor transfer his funds into her account. I helped him to get a lawyer to create a power of attorney and return the money to his account.
Did it?
He didn't like that.
So now, who is in charge of your dad now that she died?
The court-appointed guardian, the court-appointed conservator, and the court-appointed lawyer. And there's a guardian ad litem.
Wait, he has 4 people?
Yeah, and all the pay for all 4 people comes out of his estate.
How much is the estate worth?
Does, probably about $500,000 total, with the between his half of the house and
they're going to drain that. They'll drain that dry. They will drain that dry.
I would be surprised if it's not gone already, because it's been 5 months.
Yeah.
And the court hearings are a joke. What they do is they use the fact that these are supposed to be temporary guardianships and conservatorships to mean that there doesn't have to be any accountability on the whole system.
Well, this whole system for conservatorship and guardians and all that, it's ass backwards anyway. There's no checks and balances. These people rob people every day, and there's no checks. There's absolutely no checks and balances. There's no way that a judge can ever keep track of all of this. Jenny, we need to get an attorney on to talk to you, really, and that's how we have to tackle it. Suzanne, can you see if Blake Harris is there? Hold on, Jenny, and we'll try to get you some advice here. Okay, I'm just making a note here that we're going to get Harris on. Excuse me, Blake Harris, yeah. By the way, Dan has a comment on the driver's license thing. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, you think you guys got it bad in Denver? Down here in Colorado Springs, I was trying to transfer a title, and I handed the lady my Colorado driver's license that had a crack in it, and she would not accept my ID because it had a crack. No missing pieces, a crack.
Are you kidding me?
They threw me out of there.
So what did you have to do?
Out of there. I went to a different location the same day, this is before COVID, and had 0 problems. So it depends on who you get.
It does depend on who you get. I mean, there's just a bunch of old bitches and bastards there until you get the right one. And then you have a few nice people sprinkled in. Right. You understand that this reputation for DMV was not gotten by mistake. It's the real deal. Do you know that I have never once in my entire life, not once, visited DMV and got what I needed the first time? Not once. Ever. Ever. Not once. It's amazing to me. We have more coming up. More on DMV, more on this police situation.
Tell your smart device to play 630K. Then you can hear news and talk that impact
630K Pound from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by your local Ford store. From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's start off with good news. That crash on the ramp from northbound I-25 onto I-70 has been cleared. Still residual backups. It should start to improve, though. Watch out for delays up north due to a crash. Southbound I-25 approaching 84th. That's got you backed up to 104th. Commerce City Drive slow. Westbound 270 heavy either side of Vasquez. Eastbound slow between I-76 and York. And up in the high country, westbound I-70 remains closed between Copper Mountain and Vale for vehicle recovery. That's scheduled to reopen until 1 o'clock. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Slight chance of rain today with a high of 52. Right now, mostly cloudy and 44. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Ford Truck Month is the time to get a great deal on the best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Ford Ranger, F-150, or Super Duty. These trucks are built better, built stronger, built Ford tough, and priced to sell during Truck Month, only at your local Ford stores.
You just heard us talking about a situation where an elderly gentleman might be held hostage by probate court. Well, we have an expert that we're going to call at milehighestateplanning.com. He is our expert. He can be yours too. And it doesn't cost you anything to ask him a question. It doesn't cost you anything to consult with him. He only charges flat rates for what he actually does. He does wills, trusts. He can handle probate. He can avoid probate for you if that's what you want. He can also help with protecting your assets while you're alive, and then dictating what happens after you pass. Whatever it is, if it has to do with estate planning, milehighestateplanning.com, and ask your questions. 833-ASK-BLAKE. That's 833-ASK-BLAKE. So, we have reverse mortgages for people, and they're so happy with them. In a couple cases, it's saved their home from foreclosure. In other cases, it's allowed seniors to live on their interest or on their equity, and it's tax-free, and they get to go on vacations. They live their best life later in life, and you can do that too. Approval reverse mortgage is the one that I recommend. Approval Reverse does reverse loans. Joan Sullivan and her team are dedicated to helping seniors with reverse loans. ApprovalReverse.com, 303-771-3528.
Journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal, and as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India, because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas.
If you're a small business owner, do you know if you're overpaying for workers' comp insurance? Hi, I'm John Swigert, founder of Pi Insurance. Most insurance companies aren't set up to give small businesses the savings you deserve. That's why I created Pi. We serve small businesses exclusively, and we could save you up to 30% at trypi.com. At Pi, we take pride in our outstanding service. We're rated excellent on Trustpilot by customers who tell us Pi is affordable and easy to work with. Savings mean more now than ever. What would you do with up to 30% savings on workers' comp? I imagine you'd invest it back into your company and your employees. From one founder to another, I know you work hard to build your business. Let us help you protect what you started. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. People often ask what the secret is to the many large jury verdicts and settlements that we've been fortunate to win. I tell them that our tactic is the truth. Our clients are very good people who've been seriously injured because of someone else's recklessness, and we do whatever it takes to make sure that their true story is told and proven. And because our cause is true, the compensation is large. Call me at 303-907-5003 or hit dankapleslaw.com. That's dankapleslaw.com.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too, even threaten your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative, and their clients that qualify are saving thousands, even tens of thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit Optima Tax
The Sharpest Rides in Englewood wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they are making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right from the Sharpest Rides website, get credit approved, finance, and they will literally drive your new car right to your front door. It's that easy. The Sharpest Rides is the #1 internet car dealer in Colorado, and you can shop over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs today at thesharpestRides.com. They have cars under $10,000 and even 2020 models, so get shopping today at thesharpestRides.com.
If you've been someone who hasn't necessarily filed for taxes in the past, you may be missing out on money coming back to you in COVID times. Eric Smith of the IRS says it's important for both first filers and people who don't usually file because their income is fairly low. For someone in that situation,
Denver's Talk Station, 630 now.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, we're trying to get Blake Harris on to talk about Jenny's problem with her father. And Julie, you have a follow-up. What was this one? What happened with DoorDash, Julie?
Third-party company reported to DoorDash that my license had been canceled.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And it wasn't canceled. You had transferred it and turned in your old one.
Yeah, I figured since we're talking about licenses today that I...
So what happened?
Well, they cleared me. I'm all cleared through Checker. Now it's back into DoorDash's hands, and it's been 3 weeks, and they're just saying we're real backed up. We have the information. We're processing it.
How did you get it? How did you get it cleared with Checker?
Oh, I just emailed them like numerous times, maybe 10 times.
Okay.
And providing information about my Colorado driver's license.
That's really good. You did that. That's
Marty and myself reached out to their people as well.
Okay, good. Yeah. Well, that's good to know. That probably had something to do with it. Maybe we need to call DoorDash, Julie.
Yeah, maybe that would help. Another thing, you'd ask me why don't I get a CDL because I've been driving all my life. That's what I do. I'm disabled, and my disability pays my rent. And so anything extra I make through DoorDash buys my food, my dog's food, my gas. And I haven't had any income for 3 weeks. I had to file for food stamps on Sunday because I'm down to my last $2 in my bank card and $25 in cash now because I got paid weekly. So now I just don't know if I can wait on DoorDash now.
Julie, if you need food, we can always arrange food if that's what you need.
I've got family that can help me out financially if I need that, but I'd just rather work.
No, I understand. I hear that. You don't sound like somebody trying to beat the system. You're trying to work. Plus, you have your disability. And listen, Julie, I think what we do is let's let Deputy Marty, since he reached out to the checking place and got them on board, let's see if he can now speed it up at DoorDash. We'll reach out to him. Suzanne, can you get this to Deputy Marty? He did half the job. Mark helped. And let's see if we can do the other half. Now get DoorDash to respond. James, you have a comment on DMV. This seems to be DMV day. People calling to complain. And it's a shame the people they hire at DMV. It is almost as if they look for the meanest, impolite people who don't give a crap about people, who move slowly and carry a spool of red tape. What is your comment about Adams County DMV, James?
Well, I'll tell you, I used to live in Denver, and I had tremendous problems in Denver. We moved into the Thornton area about 14 years ago, And I have 6 registered vehicles in my own name. And to be honest with you, I've never had a lick of problems.
With who?
Up here in
Adams.
With the DMV in Adams County.
Well, maybe that's the reason. Maybe Adams is one of the good ones. We've heard that it depends on where you go.
The location you're talking about over on 119th or 120th in Washington.
Yeah.
I was in there one morning early, about 2 months ago, and asked them how I could get my license renewed. They gave me a number to call to set an appointment. I called that number, and I had an appointment set within 8 days.
Yeah.
And on the morning of my appointment, I went in. I was in and out in less than 35 minutes. A week following that, my daughter called to set an appointment, and we took her in last Monday, and she went in and she got her permit test taken and was in and out of the door in 45 minutes without any problem.
I bet this guy works there.
And then as far as
what do you think's going on with
it? Doesn't work for everybody.
No, what do you think's going on?
Well, to give you an example of the first morning I went in just to see how to set the appointment because I couldn't get through on their website, obviously. That's ridiculous. But I went in, the lady that I talked to was getting chewed out by this guy that had a 7 o'clock appointment.
All right, hold on. I don't want to get in. Okay, so I don't want to go into a whole different story now. Bottom line is, we're finding out it depends on who you get and where you go. There is no consistent customer service. Suzanne, Blake, I want to give him time to answer this. So Blake Harris,
he's fine.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com. We want to get him on the air. We will in a few minutes to answer this question. What do you do about a conservatorship you disagree with that was set up by a previous ex-wife who was a gold digger? All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Hey, Michael Brown here, and you've been hearing a lot about how well CBD has been working for my aches and pains. I use it a lot on achy joints for instant relief.
Colorado Springs, isn't that funny?
The more I use Blue Sky CBD,
literally
the
no
more I
idea.
recognize just how much it's helping. I apply the balm directly to areas bothering me, and I use the tinctures in the morning for clarity, energy, and to reduce overall inflammation. So if you're struggling with pain, energy, or even trouble sleeping, I want you to read what others say and take a look at the endorsements by Dr. Dorninger and Dr. Ensback.
Smart Glass technology is
do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Sky.
You mean like Gorilla Glass?
I really do want you to try Blue Sky CBD. I know it's really helped me, and Cameron's using it too. So do
yeah. I've been in a couple of hotels that have those.
Use promo code KHOW for 30%.
In fact, we're thinking of that for our shower, because our new steam shower, we're going to have a window about as big as both of these, and I don't want any drapes or anything there. I want it purely, and it's got to be sealed because it's a steam shower. Well, Genesis would be the ones installing it for us. I mean, I don't know, like, the particular brand.
President Biden holding his first formal news conference since taking office. It comes as his administration faces scrutiny over its handling of the influx of unaccompanied minors at the southern border. An estimated 16,000 minors are in Border Patrol custody. The suspect in the Boulder, Colorado supermarket shootings, accused of killing 10 people, made his initial court appearance today. The judge ordered Ahmad Alyssa be held in jail. After the proceedings, Boulder District Attorney Michael Doherty spoke to the media.
The defendant is being held without bond. He's being held in custody without the possibility of release on a first-degree murder charge.
AstraZeneca has revised data on its COVID vaccine, now saying it's 76% effective, down from 79%. It could become the 4th vaccine in the U.S. Jobless claims are heading in the right direction, dropping to below 700,000 since the pandemic began. They are still high, but offering hope as more businesses reopen. This is ABC News. Still no movement on the Suez Canal. Traffic on the critical waterway blocked by a giant cargo ship.
Another long day for the tugs and dredgers, but still no progress. The MV Ever Given remains wedged in the waterway. That's creating a growing traffic jam at the entry points on either end. With at least 150 vessels now stacked up. The hope is the ship can be coaxed into moving without having to upload its thousands of containers, which would eat up even more time. Tom Rivers, ABC News of the Pouring Desk.
Operators working to free the vessel say it could be weeks before it's cleared for the canal. An Oklahoma City high school cheer squad has become the first all-black cheerleading team to win the national title. Head coach Naomi Jenkins says it's an accomplishment she's been working toward her whole life.
I have been dreaming of this moment since I was a little girl, since I started watching NCAA, and I can't believe that a dream has actually been accomplished.
For all BBC News.
We know small business owners are too busy to worry about hiring all the time. That's why when you post your first job for free on LinkedIn Jobs, we tap a network of over 700 million professionals to help you find the quality candidate you need quickly, no matter what role you need them for. No, really, any role.
Hey,
marketing wizards? Found them.
What happened?
Project manager I could never seem to hire.
Found them for free.
Even this software engineer I'm totally lost without.
Consider them found.
Incredible admins, otherworldly account analysts, and top-notch technicians?
Found, and found.
An IT person who doesn't resent me for always forgetting my password?
Frankly,
Republicans want to make ID requirements stricter for voting.
Well,
and extend it
jobs
to
targeting quickly matches your role
mail-in
with candidates who have the right skills and experience.
Restrict
And puts your
third-party
job in places they
groups
see
from
every day.
collecting ballots.
So, looking for an easier way to make
And
that
Biden
hire?
calls that
You
evil.
found it. Post your first job for free and get started at linkedin.com/entertainment.
You know what's funny about you?
What?
Terms and conditions apply.
You, I've known you 20 plus.
More than that.
20 plus, 25 years. Before I had kids, so I mean that's at least almost 21.
I've been here 4 years. I didn't realize that.
We met like in '95, so 25 years. So you were never, even the last 5 years, you were never political, ever, up until COVID. Literally, up until COVID. It's like it almost made you political.
Okay.
It eats at you, and I've never seen it eat at you.
I know what it is.
We're still hearing stories
My
of
kids.
heroes inside that store.
Because now I care about what happened.
I mean,
the country.
I'm thinking about my kids and what kind of a life, seriously.
Yeah, I know.
And you can't just say,
no,
you can't be selfish anymore. Like, I used to think about how it affects me. That's it. I'm older. Who gives a shit? I'm making money. Who cares? But it's not.
That's the latest. I'm Joel Hillen.
No, it's funny though, because a lot of people have been how you are now their entire life. They never had that break of not letting it get to them. I finally just quit fucking watching the news and shit. It was consuming, especially during COVID, because you couldn't fucking do anything else. You know, that's why it hit me.
And bail for vehicle recovery efforts. It's not scheduled to reopen until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Slight chance of rain today with a high of 52. Tonight, rain early, then clearing out overnight, a low of 31. Right now, mostly cloudy and 44. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner. 6:30 K-How. If you're tired of the bias in the media, it's time for you to download one of the fastest growing podcasts in America, the Ben Ferguson Podcast. Download the Ben Ferguson Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts right now.
Are you curious when you should take Social Security? This is Kurt Cambier. Visit my website now for your free Social Security analysis at Kurt.
Well, you know what my new
That's Kurt with a K.
favorite
CAMBIER.com.
is fucking fried chicken, man.
Cambier.com.
Fucking what? I like literally think of fried chicken now.
Broker dealer, member of FINRA.
It's a horrible deal.
Investment advisor representative.
Fucking horrible.
Investment Research Advisors Inc. A registered investment advisor.
Like a crack addict, you know, just sitting around thinking of the crack.
After what
thinking of the damn fried chicken.
There's so much to talk about.
The real problem here is culture.
Isn't it time that we bring back the debt? Now we're talking about gun control, people's guns rights.
That's why we're here, to talk it out. 6:30 K-How.
It's talk.
Hear about it, talk about it.
With Ross Kaminsky in the morning.
This morning, you're on the show. What's on your mind?
Tom Martino at 10.
It's wrong for people to get ripped off.
Michael Brown at 2.
If I am anything, I am fake news.
Dan Kaplis, afternoons 4 to 6.
You want to talk to people up and down the...
All right, guys, you're on 10 seconds.
The place you can do that.
Impacting your life. Denver's talk station. 630 K-How. Online at khow.com.
This is the Troubleshooter Show.
I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Trouble.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. If you have a garage door, you're going to want to know about OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Good people, One Clear Choice Doors, not just for the doors themselves, but the openers or anything in between. Any service, 24/7. 720-370-3987, One Clear Choice Doors. Let's talk to Blake Harris, attorney at law for Mile High Estate Planning. Here's what I want. We have a caller who has a question. What we do here is help people. We help people with our experts. We help people with our recommendations. We help people by going after bad guys. We help for 40 years. Okay, so Jenny says, hey, my dad, now I want to give you the full story here, Blake. Jenny, how long ago did your stepmom or your dad's second wife restrict your access to him? How many years ago?
No, this was just a few months ago.
Right before, she just got the conservatorship right before she died?
Yeah.
So, Jenny, I call your stepmom, your dad's second wife, thought you were not doing well with him. He wasn't living with you, though, right?
No.
She said you financially abused him because you objected to him turning all of his assets over to her. Is that right?
Well, she did it without his knowledge or consent.
But all I'm asking is that her only allegation against you is that you said that you didn't think it was right and you helped him hire an attorney. Were they living together at the time?
Yes.
That must have been odd. You had him hire his own attorney who prevented his wife from transferring his assets.
That's correct.
So the assets stayed in his name, her assets stayed in her name, then she went and got a conservatorship over him.
Well, actually, they returned the assets, and then she did it again. And in the interim, she got a conservatorship, and so they put a hold on all the assets.
So you couldn't stop her the second time because she got a conservatorship.
That's correct.
And she was the guardian.
Yes.
And he's 97.
Right.
Then she dies.
Uh-huh.
And you figure, well, she's dead now. I want to get back in my dad's life and help him.
Right.
His estate's worth about $500,000. But instead, the court did not allow you, or did you actually petition the court, or did they automatically appoint another conservator?
I did petition, but they denied that. They said that my dad didn't want me in his life, which he did not say, and he repeatedly asked me for help.
All right, so
the court-appointed attorney.
I get it. So the judge appointed an attorney, a conservator, a guardian, and who else?
A guardian ad litem.
Now, a guardian ad litem. So 4 people are sucking off the estate.
Right.
And the courts feel, you're not the appropriate one. So what do you do about that, Blake? Listen, I'm not taking sides here. Let's say, for argument's sake, Jenny does have her father's best interest. Why the hell should 4 strangers be sucking off the estate every month with a bill?
Because it makes them money, is what's going on, or possibly what's going on.
Blake, you know what? I'm serious about this. This happens all the time. These public conservators and guardians and ad litems and attorneys, they are bloodsuckers. They are. They feast off the dead or they feast off the elderly. I can't stand it.
Tom, I usually hedge my bets and try not to say anything too negative about people out there. I leave that to you to do. But just as there's sex trafficking and child trafficking, there's elder trafficking going on a widespread scale in America.
What do we do about it?
Well, from a macro scale, I don't know. I mean, that would require changing the system, and I'm not going to get into that right now. From an individual scale, well, sign your power of attorney, keep a few close friends, a few close family members who will fight for you, try to keep harmony in your family. Certainly, having a power of attorney is helpful.
Okay. What does she do now? What does she do now that the court?
Get out of this? Does anybody get out of conservatorship? I'm told you don't get out until you're dead. Is there any hope?
Yeah, she feels like her dad is being held captive. Can you talk to your dad? Are you allowed to talk to him, Jenny?
Yeah, I'm allowed to talk to him. I'm allowed to visit him. They have lifted restrictions on visiting him.
But when you talk to him, does he say, Jenny, I want you to handle my affairs?
Yes, he does.
Well, then why do they discount what he's saying? What does she do, Blake? If this was you, what would you do? Let's say, for argument's sake, the courts will decide this. But no, if this was you and there were some bloodsuckers on your father, what would you do?
Okay, I mean, I'm going to answer a slightly different question, Tom. This is what I'm going to what I would counsel a client. If you get it personal, my emotions get involved.
Okay, got it. Okay, got it.
Most rational issue. I would tell the client we would be happy to take on the case if you can point to something that the conservator has done wrong. However, it is likely going to cost you well more than $10,000, maybe $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to fight this battle, and there's a good chance, most likely, you're not going to win. I hate to break the bad news, but giving up is probably going to be the smart thing to do. If it was me, and a family member was being taken by the system, I would be inclined to fight it as hard as I could. Even if it was a losing battle, it would give me the peace of mind to know that I was doing all that I could. But as far as what I would tell a client, I
see what you're saying. I know you're a smart guy. Now, what, Jenny, is the conservatorship? I mean, do you know how much they're being paid every month, these guys?
No, they don't tell you anything.
Who are they accountable to? Blake, what is to keep elderly from being like this? I mean, really, I keep going back to that movie, I Care a Lot. I don't know if you saw it, Blake, but it sucks. I mean, it scares the hell out of people. What people don't realize is there's an element of truth to that movie. There is an element of truth.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Fiction is used to tell us what we can't just come right out and say, and it is a issue. It's a scary issue, and I don't have any real solution to it, except for, again, signing a power of attorney so you have the person you want selected, and hoping that.
Well, why could? But her father has been deemed. Her father's deemed right now as incompetent. So he can't even get himself out of probate jail.
Correct. I mean, if he could have a doctor deem him competent and you could take that to the court and convince them, then you might have a shot. But the conservator, the guardian, they are financially interested in keeping him in elderly jail, and it's going to be hard to break him out.
So if she wanted to get a competency test, she would have to get their permission.
Probably, yes.
And the courts, these judges really feel they're doing this for the elderly's best interest.
I would certainly like to think so.
Yeah, but you know damn well, I hear what you're saying. It doesn't necessarily happen, Blake.
I mean, it's every profession has the good and the bad and the misled.
I'd like to believe that you're a good enough attorney that if somebody could hire you, you might be able to overcome it. I mean, first of all, if you asked a judge, Your Honor, what would be the harm in having him tested for competency? What would a judge say?
What would a judge say? Well, there would be objections by the guardian and the conservator, and they would probably just point to saying that this is unnecessary. We've seen no reason that any circumstance of changes that would warrant another evaluation.
But what about excessive billing? What if they were just taking too much money? You understand they're going to drain him to debt. They're going to drain him of all his money.
Yep. That's the path that I've seen individuals on, and it's why I preach staying out of probate both while you're alive and after you pass away as much as possible. To go back to what you're saying, yes, my firm can take it on, and I'm confident that if any law firm can fight a winning battle, it would be us. But I would not take on a client without warning them that it is probably going to be losing.
Why, though? Why do you say probably? If this guy, Jenny, do you believe your dad is truly competent?
I do.
And do you believe he would want you to handle his affairs?
Yes.
See, what they want to paint you, and I know how it works. The conservator, the guardian ad litem, they're all going to paint you as a money-grubbing bitch trying to get her dad's money. Do you know that? That's what they're going to... They make you the villain.
But there's no money to get. All the money needs to go for his care. It costs $24,000 a month the way they're doing it to care for him. We were doing it for $10 before this happened, so the money was would have lasted.
Were you taking any money for yourself? Were you taking any money for yourself?
No.
So wouldn't a judge look at that and say, what's the harm of letting the daughter write the checks instead of 4 people who are charging the estate?
The judge's interest is not in preserving it's in protecting the incapacitated individual more so than protecting their finances. That takes a back seat.
If he is incapacitated.
If he is incapacitated, so you're going to first have to prove that he's not.
What if he asked himself? What if he himself says, "I want out of this elderly jail. I demand to be tested." What if he said that?
I had a client who said just the same thing. She was in her own home. She was taken out of her home against her will when her adult children got into a fight. Adult protective services got. She was put in adult daycare against her wishes. That family home, which could have passed down to the.
And what happened?
As far as I know, she has, as far as I know, she never got out of being put in a nursing home against her wishes.
You know, I imagine in some cases they get it right. But think about the times they get it wrong. Jenny, if I were you, I'd call Blake Harris and do some do some investigating. 833-ASK-BLAKE. And if you haven't had an estate plan, you better make one to keep this from happening to you. MileHighEstatePlanning.com.
This is Bill Ampere.
Deal home loans, bright light, and 888 heating in about 30 seconds.
Cars from the PGA Tour at Pebble Beach. They have really low miles and are in perfect condition. 2021 RX and GX models available at up to $5,000 off the original MSRP. They even qualify for 0% financing up to 60 months for special lease programs as well. Don't miss this fantastic opportunity at Cooney Lexus of Greenwood Village.
I don't remember
the 25 in Bellevue.
5 seconds. Here you go.
GX number M5282235.
If you want to refi your home, Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. When I say that, I say it for a number of reasons. First and foremost, it's in Colorado for Colorado, and each of their people are salary-based. They don't get bonus for putting you into high-cost loans. In fact, their incentive is to put you in a better position. So they let you choose whatever term you want to still get the lower rate, but you don't have to go back to 30 years. You don't have to go back to 15 years. You pick whatever rate, whatever term you want. Now listen to this. When it comes to rate, they have an interest rate guarantee. So if rates go down, they will refinance you free of all lender fees. That's free of charge. IdealHomeLoans.com. They also do credit optimization. Even after you're approved, they help tweak your credit legally and quickly to get you even better pricing. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Okay, if you are interested in chiropractic, let me point out Bright Light Chiropractic. Dr. Mike Hederscheit and his associates do targeted light adjustments to release nerve pressure, to release pain, to help you move better, to help your body heal itself. University and County Line. BrightLightDenver.com.
All right, first it programs itself, then it pays for itself. Of course, if you've been listening, you know that's the Nest thermostat. You need to check this thing out. You can get one through 888heating.com right now for only $288. That includes installation, and they're going to do a free tune-up on your furnace at the same time. You have to check this product out. Just Google Nest. It is absolutely incredible. This is the newest one. It'll save you money. It'll pay for itself. All thanks to the guys at 888heating.com.
Are you embarrassed by your mom? Are you afraid to live in Dr. Barrett's I believe that you deserve a smile and be proud of so you can live your life the way you want. With a peace of mind, smile without embarrassment. Anything always helps. At Barrett's Dental, we want to help you get your life.
Dean update coming. Dean update coming.
Without referring you all over town. If you feel safe at Barrett's Dental, it's the last place you'll need to visit to get the care you need. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet desperation? Call me. I'll take great care of you. If you're looking for a safe place to take care of all your dental needs, call Barrett's Dental at 303-731-1308 or visit DenverDentist.com.
The Sharpest Rise in Englewood wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they are making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right from the Sharpest Rise website, get credit approved, finance, and they will literally drive your new car right to your front door. It's that easy. The Sharpest Rise is the #1 internet car dealer in Colorado. You can shop over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs today at thesharpestrise.com. If cars under $10,000 and even 2020 models, so get shopping today at thesharpestrise.com.
Get help now. Legal advice after an accident of any kind. If you've been injured and it's someone else's fault, call John, my legal expert and consumer advocate, Tom Martino. You can call John anytime at 597-4500. No obligation to hire him, but if you do, he works on it.
My case is still so messed up, man.
That's John Fuller.
It's such a drag. I mean, you never had COVID, have you? Man, you end up getting it. Pray you don't get next week. I have never appreciated my sense of taste and smell more than I have this year. You take it for granted until you lose it, and then it's all fucked up, right?
Yeah.
Some people just lose it, it comes back, and it doesn't get fucked up. Mine's been fucked up.
Change your taste, but.
Oh, it's weird. It says the nerves are growing back. Apparently, it kills your whole nerves with that sense. It's been the worst.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Thing about elderly jail fucking sucks.
Listen for the keywords and text
Don't piss your kids off.
$1,400 every weekday.
You know, they don't want you to be in elderly jail because then the entire state shut out.
Taxes and years. The IRS has new COVID tax relief programs to help you. Don't miss out. Call Box Elder Tax Relief or read our reviews online at boxeldertaxrelief.com. Again, that's boxeldertaxrelief.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Waterpros.net. If you want inexpensive, the best for less, whole house water conditioning systems, you won't do better than waterpros.net. Absolute complete systems for under $2,000, fully installed. You just won't do better. The
Guys
other
are
guys
pouring
are
$5,000 and $6,000. This is full conditioning of your water to save your pipes. Waterpros.net. Okay, so we told you about the story of the meth head, the former meth addict who we believe still using. She called the show, said the landlord stole from her. Her ex-husband was mean to her. She hasn't seen her son in years. She wants to get a place of her own, but this landlord stole everything. She's out on the street. She wants a job. She said she would go to work that day. She sounded so convincing. Oh, my God. Our hearts went out to her. Dean was listening in Westminster. Dean says, you know, I'm going to invite her into our big home. He and his wife had her come to his home. He thought something was up when she slept all day, went out at night. Didn't work. Didn't show up for work. Never got a job. We sent her on interviews. She wouldn't go. He had her a job. She wouldn't go. She had an excuse for everything. She was basically a liar. She was a piece of crap. She moved her son in. We don't know the condition of her son. We don't know if he's an addict or just an innocent victim. He's, I think, 16 or 17. And they were basically eating his food, watching TV, laying around all day, using drugs. He found drugs in the bathroom. His tools were missing. His car was stolen. Coincidence? I think not. Shannon got on the phone and was upset with us because we were asking why she's not working. And she made up all kinds of stories about emergencies. And then she started complaining about where she lived. She goes, oh, yeah, the guy's letting us stay there and eat his food, but he's not giving us any money. We have no money for food. She was complaining. We told Dean, time's up. You need to get her out of there. Lock her out. She doesn't have a key. You have no obligation to her. She's not a tenant. She doesn't seem to be a tenant. What is she going to do about it? Call the cops. He said he called the cops and he wouldn't do anything. Mark thinks they didn't get the real story, and Dean was not good at explaining it. So Mark called him, Westminster, and he told him, look, this woman has drugs in the house, and she's threatening him in his house. Certainly, you can help this man. They were going over to talk to Dean. I'm not sure what transpired, but Dean is on the phone right now. Dean.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
So the Westminster Police Department did show up. Of course, Shannon wasn't here when they showed up. I took the door off of my son's room, so they couldn't just go, hide in his room and conceal themselves.
And you're not letting them back in the house anyway. Didn't you put their stuff on the porch?
Yeah, no, they put their stuff on the front porch, actually. It's out there.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that?
Oh, because I've been asking them to leave, and they said they don't have anywhere to go, so they packed up all their stuff, but they don't have anywhere to go, so that means it's my problem.
So what happened then? What did the police say?
Well, the police told me that to go ahead and lock. I told the police, actually, I'm going to lock them out, but the police said that she really has no standing over here, and that they're going to leave. The police told me to tell them they have 24 hours to get their stuff off of my porch. So I sent Shannon a text message, and I explained to her that she's not staying here, she's not welcome here. If she shows back up on my property, it's going to be considered trespassing if it's other than to get her stuff off my front porch. So I told her she has 24 hours to remove her belongings from my porch.
Okay, good.
Did she get back to you?
No, she has not gotten back to me. And I texted her as well when the police were here. Well, I tried to call her, and I told her the police are here. They would like to speak with you. And that really didn't go anywhere. The methamphetamines that I found, I guess, is only considered a misdemeanor. They told me it's just as bad as running a stop sign. And I was astounded that a controlled substance like that would only carry a misdemeanor. They told me that if it's under 4 ounces of crystal meth, it's considered a misdemeanor.
Which would be legal in Colorado high schools if this bill goes through, 21-182. That's another topic. But truly, the legislature right now the Democratic-controlled legislature is pushing a bill that would decriminalize all misdemeanors in Colorado high schools, honest to God, and it would make it legal, not just not against the law, but no disciplinary action, no police, no tickets, no court appearances for any misdemeanor, including drug and alcohol offenses, they said. And this makes sense now. So a kid can have up to 4 ounces of meth in high school, 4 ounces, and not be arrested.
It's crazy, Tom.
This world is going crazy. It's absolutely going crazy.
You could have a homeless person come into your house, use controlled substances that you don't agree with, and you'll have a difficult time getting them removed.
Yeah, but it sounds like those police came through for you today.
I believe so. I feel a lot better. I told them that I'm locking the doors and she's not coming back in here. So they... I wouldn't say they completely agreed with me, but they understood where I was coming from.
I don't think she's going to be back, but you keep your doors and windows locked, and then you keep in touch with us. We have more coming up. Get your calls in 303-713-TALK.
This is...
All right, I'm into a Colorado Pain Care, Become the Banker, and Joe Lazaro.
Capless today.
Day at 4, 6:30, KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by your local Ford store. From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the Mountain Drive right now, where westbound I-70 remains closed between Copper Mountain and Vail for vehicle recovery efforts. It's not expected to reopen until 1 o'clock, so just be aware of the closure. Back in town, you're looking good across town. Downtown, southbound I-25 a little slow either side of Spear. Watch out for that. Westbound 270 heavy in the Commerce City commute. Stop and go either side of Vasquez. And a crash off highway being cleared at 3rd and Broadway as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be a 20% chance of rain this afternoon with a high near 52. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 47. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Ford Truck Month is at
10 seconds, Colorado Pain Care, Become Banker, Joe Lazaro.
Clear straight. Ford Ranger, F-150, or Super Duty. These trucks are built better, built stronger, and built Ford tough, and priced to sell during Truck Month. Only at your local Ford stores.
It's so sad that so many people are living with pain, and they don't realize they don't have to live with it, don't have to accept it. Thanks to these doctors who got together to form ColoradoPainCare.com. These doctors are there to fight pain. They take all major insurance. They have evidence-based treatments that have proven results. You too can be a happy patient. 303-GOT-PAIN. 303-GOT-PAIN. ColoradoPainCare.com. Well, investments come and go. There's only one investment that can legally advertise that I know of a guaranteed rate of return, and that is if it has a guaranteed rate of return. Become the Banker has a guaranteed rate of return. Become the Banker is overfunding life insurance to get a tax-free return. It grows, you can use it tax-free. You have to know how to do it. It's called Become the Banker. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. In addition to that, you also can find out about another product, Guaranteed Retirement Pension. It's a guarantee. You can roll over existing retirement or fund it with new money for immediate income. It's something for people later in life that maybe haven't planned, or even better yet, if you do want to plan, you can have a great guaranteed retirement pension. Find out about both at the webinar. Sign up. BecomeTheBanker.org. You know, every day we get calls for recommendations on attorneys, and I'm glad that we're able to recommend people, because you should never be shopping for an attorney when you're under pressure, especially a criminal defense attorney. Joe Lazaro is the one we recommend. He's the one you should use or recommend. So why don't you put his name away? I hope you never need it. But if you do, Joe Lazaro will be there with flat rate pricing for your DUIs, shoplifting, or assault, or whatever you need. 303-429-6200.
Michael Brown here, and you've been hearing a lot about how well CBD has been working with my aches and pains. I use it a lot on aching joints for instant relief, and seriously, the more I use Blue Sky CBD, the more I recognize just how much it's helping. I apply the balm directly to areas bothering me, and I use the tinctures in the morning for clarity, energy, and to reduce overall inflammation. So if you're struggling with pain, energy, or even
copies my copy points,
which is really fun. Others say, take a look at the endorsement by Dr. Dorninger and Dr. Ensback, to name a few. Do yourself a favor, go to bluesky-cbd.com. I really do want you to try Blue Sky CBD. I know it's really helped me, and Tamara's using it too. So do yourself a favor and check it out at bluesky-cbd.com. Use promo code KNOW for 30% off. You're not going to be disappointed. Blue Sky CBD at bluesky-cbd.com. bluesky-cbd.com.
All right, I better get going. I've got to run out to the pharmacy and get Mikey's prescription. Good luck at the pharmacy. I know. I never know what I'll pay. I thought I heard something about an affordability board that's supposed to help with costs.
Not from what I hear. When politicians say they are going to decide the price of medicines, that really means they decide what medicines we can and can't get.
Really? That sounds good.
Yeah. Boards like this could benefit us losing access to medicines just to save money for the government.
And big insurance, right?
Exactly. It's just politicians saying one thing and meaning another.
Huh. But why wouldn't government put the savings directly in the patient's hands?
A lot of politicians are saying a new affordability board will result in lower medicine prices. But what that really means is that they'll decide what medicines you can and can't get. Let's make sure government puts the savings directly in patients' hands. Learn more at ProtectColoradoPures.com. Page 4 by 4.
Before you buy a furnace, consider this. Plumline is offering a free Carrier furnace with your purchase of a qualifying AC. Turn to the experts you trust, Carrier and Plumline. Honesty and ethics have been their hallmarks for more than 20 years. The best deal of the year from Plumline. A free furnace with your AC. Financing available. Service at home, servants at home. Both together. Schedule online, PlumlineServices.com.
Millions of Americans are finding relief every day by using CBD products. And Because Market, with hundreds of thousands of happy customers, has a wide range of CBD products specifically formulated to help people just like you. Take a listen to what they're saying.
I have severe arthritis, and Because Market CBD Relief Cream has given me the relief I need to function better during the day.
Right now, you can save 50% on your first order. Because Market offers high-potency relief cream, all-natural salve, and a no-mess roll-on. Apply right where you need it and enjoy a cooling sensation while CBD penetrates deeply for a soothing relief that's felt immediately.
My knee can slow me down after a day out walking, but their roll-on keeps me going. I love it.
CBD from Because Market can help you get the immediate relief you need. And right now, through this special radio-only offer, you can save 50% on your first order by going to becausemarket.com/CBD. That's becausemarket.com/CBD to save 50% on your first order.
The journey of the past to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Jesus.
What?
About people disappearing in India. Oh.
All right, guys, we're back in about 10 seconds.
This is Denver's place to talk about it.
The victims and God comfort. They're survivors.
630 KHOW.
And nobody should have to go through that.
Denver's talk station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Don't wait for people to take advantage of you, even at the first sign of a scam or a problem or someone lying to you, cheating you, ripping you off. Don't you see this show is trying to make a difference? We really, really are. What we found out about elderly abuse and what we call elderly jail, you know, we got to get to judges. Judges need to be educated about keeping track of public trustees, public conservators, public guardians, and administrators of estates. They're leeches, they're blood-sucking pigs, disguised as attorneys and officers of the court. and they suck dry estates. And these people have a vested interest in making an elderly person seem incompetent. They can remove your family, your elderly family, from their homes and keep them in the dark. And guess what? There's nothing you can do about it as a family member. They'll paint you as a gold digger just looking for their money. They say they're protecting the elderly. All it takes is one of these people to decide your elderly person is incompetent, and they get a doctor to go along with it. Listen, I'm serious. It's not that difficult. Now, having a little senility and being incompetent are two different things. A child may know enough, an elderly person may know enough that they want their child in charge of their affairs or their own family. But these attorneys will make it look like they don't know enough. Because they don't know a lot of things, they'll make them look stupid, like they can't handle their own affairs. So they take them over. And they bill the estate thousands of dollars a month just for sitting there doing nothing. This is what you have. If you know public trustees, public conservators, guardians ad litem, most of them are blood-sucking pigs and leeches. That's what they are. This system has become legalized elderly abuse, and you better start doing something about it because they're coming for you next. And I'm serious. That movie may have been exaggerated. I care a lot, but that stuff really, honest to God, happens. Celia, welcome to the show. We had people on from Arvada explaining their trash proposal and why they're switching and how they went about it. They seemed to answer all the questions. Now, we didn't get controversial. We just remained informational. A lot of people from Arvada called in to bitch that the residents weren't really let in on the decisions.
I think it's a sham they didn't vote. I really do.
Well, there are a lot of things, though, city councils do, Mark, where they don't vote.
Yeah, but they seemed to double talk when it came to the voting.
But
we know how people feel.
But that's true. But there are a lot of things, though, just from day to day that go on without a referendum. What do you think, Celia? What did you want to talk about?
Well, I'm irked because I still got to pay the $5.13 to opt out.
Now, here's what they say. They say, yes, every resident has to pay $5.15 unless you're in a homeowners association. Then you pay 88 cents. I don't know why, because they said that they have less impact. And then they said that $5.15 gets you free services like recycling of brush and trees and greens, and also, what else did they say it did? There was a recycling. What does it do? A drop-off or something? There was big item pickups or drop-offs you're allowed to use. So if they say for the $5.15, you do get a basic level of service, whether you like it or not. You have to take it.
I still think it's crap. If I lived there, I'd be upset too.
Yeah, it kind of is crap because, when you're a senior citizen, you sort of budget. But
here's why did you automatically assume? Now, listen, see, I'm not telling you what they did was right, but why are you automatically assuming that their trash service won't be good? Why are you automatically saying that? You're choosing to pay $5.15 for nothing when you can pay just a couple bucks more and get full service. Why? Why would you have to pay someone for your trash? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not sticking up for Republic Trash and Arvada and the partnership they have, but you haven't even given it a chance. So how do you know it's going to be bad service?
Well, I'm so used to the service that I've got because they're really good, because a lot of things that we're going to be charged for with Republic, we get for free with this other one.
Give me an idea.
Okay, big, with so many bags. I know you're going to be charged with so many bags with Republic. I don't have a card in front of me. But, if you don't take their service, if you don't call and tell them by the 16th of April, they're going to bring you a cart automatically. And it's the big one. It's the 95 or whatever it is.
I feel bad for all these guys that have their little local trash company. They had a route established there.
I know.
And now no business for you. And I know you're happy with who you have now, but they're probably going to lose 90% of their clientele there, so they're not going to be picking up your trash for that long.
Yeah, in essence, you're not going to have a lot of private haulers there because people will have to pay the $5.15 a month to Arvada, and then they'll have to pay the rest to whatever hauler they have. How much are you paying for your service?
I pay $54 a quarter.
Okay, so that's about, what, how much a month? About $15 a month, a little more than $15 a month. So that's, okay, I think you'd get just the same service if you paid Arvada. Like I said, I mean, without even trying it, I think it's unfair to say it's not going to work without even trying it.
Well,
because you don't really have a choice. Unless somebody takes it to the state Supreme Court. No, I'm serious. Unless you challenge it in court, the council is going forward with their plans. So there's not much you can do about it. I'm just telling you the truth.
What'd you think about those ladies that were on? I mean, did you think they were straightforward? Everything seemed normal?
Well,
what did you make of it?
Okay, they were straightforward because I did not get into the controversy because that particular show, that segment, wasn't meant to. I'm not saying what they did was right, but that wasn't the time to do that. I did not want to sneak up on them when I said it was going to be informational. Now, if we get them on again and start asking some hard questions like, why do you think the majority of our people in Arvada want it? And guess what? Why not put it to a vote? I mean, we could ask those questions. Suzanne, maybe we have them on to answer some of the tougher questions. And really, they know I'm an honorable person. I'm not going to make them look bad, but I'd like to ask, why do they assume they know what's best for Arvada?
I bet you get a big pass on that one.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Now,
all right, Simply Floors and Frank Duran.
Ooh, these are easy cheesy. From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center of the state of the High Country, where westbound I-70 remains closed between Colorado and Vail for vehicle recovery efforts. It's scheduled to reopen at 1 o'clock, so expect delays until then. Let's get back in town, where the Highway Drive a little slow downtown. I-25 a bit sluggish downtown, southbound between I-70 and Colfax. Both directions of I-270 a bit stop and go on the approach to Vasquez. Off-highway, crash being cleared through and Broadway. Watch out for another wreck on eastbound Mississippi at I-225 as well. Watch 31 pinpoint weather, chance of rain today with a high of 52. Right now cloudy and 47. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How. If you're
Here we go. About 10 seconds. Simply Floors, Frank Duran.
One of the fastest growing podcasts in America, the Ben Ferguson Podcast. Download the Ben Ferguson Podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts right now.
You know, we've got 3 dogs, 3 cats, Suzanne and I, and then 2 kids, 19 and 20 years old. Now, why do I bring that up? Because when it came to flooring, we had to figure out what the hell we wanted, to be quite honest. So we called up SimplyFloorsInc.com. Buddy Mitchell and the gang came out. They brought samples of carpet. They brought samples of LVT, hardwood. Everything they sell, we had the samples right there. We ended up going with, in the majority of the house, Shaw Life-Proof carpet. This stuff is unbelievable. Basically, the backing, the technology in this backing, doesn't let any water or spills or stains get through to the subfloor or the padding. You'll never have any of that wicking effect. And with all the dogs and kids and everything we have, I couldn't be happier. But what I really loved about SimplyFloorsInc.com, you know me, the pricing. I saved up to 40% compared to the big box stores. That's right, save up to 40%. They're always going to have the best price, but sometimes it's shocking. You go to SimplyFloorsInc.com, you set up the appointment right there. They'll show up with whatever you're looking for. You can see the samples right in your own house. It's the only way to shop for flooring. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Now, Frank Duran, the real estate man, let me tell you why I love thee. Here's why. He saved us a ton of money on our house. I said, Frank, I like this house in Franktown. Yeah, just happens to be Franktown, and his name's Frank. But anyhow, I said, I really love this house. They want more than I'm willing to offer for it. I want you to negotiate it down. You know what he did? He found out that that house that we purchased sat empty for quite a period of time, over 8-9 months on the market. The family moved, I think it was Georgia. He found out that this family had another mortgage along with the mortgage on the house they were selling. So they were getting dinged by 2 jumbo mortgages at the same time. So I came in and made basically a cash offer and said, if we can't close within a certain amount of time, they can keep a ton of money. Guess what? Frank sold it to these guys, and we saved a lot. And I mean a lot of money on that house. And when he sold our house in Castle Rock, our model got more than anybody else in the same model in the neighborhood. Thank God for Frank Duran, the real estate man, FrankDuranHomes.com.
CuriosityStream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs.
Okay, I think you know this, but just in case, I know you know this, but I get a lot of this from commenters. When you're talking about the Senate bill, you always only refer to high school, and I always hear back, it's K through 12, not just high school. Tell Tom, yeah. So, maybe you didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that.
So I thought you did, and you were just specifically targeting the high school group because usually 5th graders don't come in with meth. You know what I'm saying.
It depends.
If you're Shannon
After this bill turns, I'm sending this picture of her stuff to Dan to get up.
Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Hey, Dan, put this picture of Shannon's crap out on the porch up.
How does a homeless person have that much stuff?
Yeah, and how did it all accumulate on this poor bastard's porch?
She put it out there.
No, I'm saying when she was homeless, there's no shopping cart. How is she moving all this shit? You know what I mean?
It's crazy. And you want to hear something a little messed up? She at least received 1 piece of mail there.
I don't believe it. She's lying. I'll tell you what, Dean just didn't know how to handle it. Dan, look at your email. Put that picture of Shannon's crap up. You know what? Post it along with his address free on Craigslist.
Providing high-quality health and wellness care when and how they need it. Doctor visits, dental care, medication management, meals, and more.
Yeah, listen to this. It says, this message, Tom, says the city of Lakewood was going to do this with our trash company, going to one trash company a few years back. The people voted on it, and it was voted down. Check out the article, and they sent a link to the article.
Innovate Pace. It's all-inclusive care that empowers seniors to live independently at home, giving seniors and caregivers peace of mind. To see if you or your loved one may qualify, visit MyNH.com.
Now look at this.
You check your Google search.
Millions of illegal aliens will receive $14 stimulus checks.
Sweet. Of you or your business online. Negative comments on the internet can impact your life and your livelihood. Take control of
RV cover question. You know, that brings up
$4.3 billion will be doled out to illegal immigrants.
Did you ever have? You never had a cover for yours, did you? For what? Your RV or your bus?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it was inside the fucking.
Yeah, I know. I guess I'm going, why would someone buy something that big? Well, I guess they literally didn't have a garage, but what good would the cover do? Just protect it from leaves and shit? Oh, the sun?
Well, I'm sure, yeah. Oh, yeah. But how the fuck would you get it on?
I have no idea. No idea something that big. My neighbor's fifth wheel, he's got a cover for his, and it takes him and his kid like a day or so to put it on. It rolls out and snaps in different places. It's pretty elaborate.
ReputationDefender.com.
It's Brian with Advanced Mudjacking.
He bought do
you keep it winterized?
You don't need to. I got an Arctic pack. I just hit a button.
Okay.
It does all that.
When it's plugged in, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would last almost 2 weeks on batteries, but yeah, I always have it plugged in. I got 50 amp right in my garage.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Caller text
I had 50 amp and kept it plugged in.
I'll tell you the one thing I wish it had. Yours probably had it. If you lose power, does your generator automatically kick or no?
Yeah, it's called auto.
A transfer. Yeah.
So what happens is
it's got a little battery.
If you're dry camping, your generator only comes on when you need it to charge your battery.
Yeah.
And then it goes off. So you're never running directly off the
generator.
Yeah. So it was. I would have them, and it would run a few minutes a day, and we always ran on that. I mean, when we went dry camping,
you had a shitload of batteries.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Silverleaf Mortgage for your reverse loans. Silverleaf. You know how I feel? I feel like seniors can have freedom and live off of their equity, and there's nothing wrong with it. I've changed my mind about that. I used to think, well, maybe they ought to preserve it for their children. But you know what? If you need money, there's no reason why you should not live off a reverse loan, especially with terms so favorable as they are today. You can just get a line of credit for emergencies if you want. Silverleaf Mortgage is one of our great providers, Silverleaf Mortgage. They even have a nonprofit foundation that actually provides money for you to fix up the house before to get the best appraisal with a low interest or no interest loan or a grant. Silverleaf, 720-REVERSE, 720-REVERSE. Now, every time we talk about the Arvada trash thing, we get a bunch of comments. People are upset because Arvada City Council voted to go with Republic Trash. They put out a bidding process, okay? Now, they did choose Republic, but it was a so-called bidding process. And every resident has to pay $5.15 a month, $5.15 a month, unless you're in a HOA established with a trash pickup, and you only pay 88 cents a month, even if you don't get the service. So it's either $5.15 a month or 88 cents a month for not getting the service. But if you don't get the service, you're still allowed big drop-off, big item drop-offs, and leaf and tree recycling. So that's how they're justifying the minimum charge of $5.15 a month. A lot of Arvada residents are saying, listen, if we put it to a vote, most of us would not want it. The city council is saying, no, we think we know what our voters want, and they want this. Plus, it's going to step up recycling. We have comments on that. Make a quick comment there, Chris, or if you want to wait, you can make a longer one. What's your comment?
Well, just saying, I'm an Arvada resident. I had Republic at one point, and I dumped them a while ago because they missed 3 pickups in a row on me at one point.
You don't like them?
My service,
would you vote against it?
I've had them before.
Would you vote against it?
I tried to, but I might go for a different...
All right, we're out of time. You can hang on if you want.
Are you curious when you should take Social Security? This is Kurt Cambier. Visit my website now for your free Social Security analysis at kurtcambier.com. That's Kurt with a K, CAMBIER.com. Kurt with a K, Cambier.com.
Securities offered through Cambridge Investment Research, Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors, Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
Hey, it's Ross, and the only thing better than your beautiful new kitchen countertops from Granite Direct will be getting them at a special price for KHOW listeners. For the month of March, you'll get 10% off their already low pricing on any in-stock countertop material, whether marble or granite or what we chose, quartz.
There's more than 150 ships waiting to pass. They say there's billions of dollars in cargo stuck here. Billions.
Many hours later. Let's try this.
That's probably where the motherboard for my hot tub is.
And for some reason, my right ear is extremely hot. Now, this is a totally unplanned video. It's not the one I intended to be like traditional Chinese or Arabic medicine. I just said that cupping is not effective. Dwayne, please don't waste your time on it. Tool, and yet the sum of these trials showed that cupping offered no real benefit except perhaps in herpes zoster or shingles. Another napkin company in medicine. So I think it's the meta-analyses indeed didn't report any breaky or bitter. Cultural significance really are people to look at them objectively. And we see this a lot with the traditional medical system. And leading on from that, another comment that I got a lot was, why do you think that you know better than a practice that's been around for thousands of years? It wouldn't have lasted in its work. I mean, after having done something that I know will be thrashing your brother at tennis in no time.
Some positive news.
Then what the hell are you watching? The Rock effective therapy.
This doctor is saying it's pseudoscience. Cupping does not work. Cupping does not work at all.
What is cupping? Oh, were they kind of like a suction cup thing on your back or wherever?
Yeah, those suction cups. You've seen it, right?
I've heard of it. I've never actually seen it. Why? Have you done it?
Oh, hell no.
What's it supposed to do? Just kind of get toxins out, or what's the whole?
And decrease
the UK and US.
circulation.
Officials are also likely to discuss a planned digital green certificate to allow summer travel across borders. This comes as Germany saw more than 22,000 new cases in the last 24 hours, while Spain has only half of its population aged over 80 so far been vaccinated. France will start vaccinating those over 70 on Saturday. ABC News, Paris.
Some signs of normality for passengers on Southwest Airlines for the first time since the coronavirus pandemic began. The carrier has restored limited beverage service to its flights. No plans yet to bring back liquor, peanuts, or pretzels. Uber is expanding its prescription delivery business. The ride-sharing company is teaming up with Script Drop to expand its service into 37 states. Trevor Ault, ABC News.
I absolutely love it, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Super Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths take up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part, Sweeper's so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Sweeper Pet Kit, because shed happens.
Indeed knows unexpected demand can stretch your business thin.
Leon speaking.
Like at Leon's Plumbing.
Sorry, but just when you get there, it's next Friday.
He's been on a while.
Need to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
You have been psyched about it, Justin.
I know. I love that kind of shit. I mean, fuck.
Where are you putting it?
No, the hangers. It's giant. Fucking giant. Okay. You know what? It's this. It's from this wall to here.
Yeah, big double sucker.
Then okay. So it's this tall. Then the top one. It's 72 inches. So how many feet is that, Mark? 72 inches.
12 times 10.
No. It's funny. I should fucking know.
12 times 8.
So 70. Hold on. Here it is. So
fuck if
I know. 72 divided by 12. 6 feet. So that's 6 feet. You have a 6 foot one, right?
No.
Okay. Here's what it looks like. The main chest is this.
I got
that's
half.
Mine just like yours is just like this, I think, right? But shorter. Just
see that extra side drawers?
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Okay. Then I have this on top.
Yeah.
And then this is called the sidecar.
That's cool.
So they all go together.
All you need now is a mini fridge.
Oh, I have that. Oh, not in the toolbox.
Sponsored by Betfred.
Oh, my fucking hanger.
You know, if you bought that shit in the Snap-on brand, it'd be like fucking 30 grand.
6 grand.
Right, maybe even more.
That particular size, you're right. One of the little ones is 6 grand.
They're outrageous. I had a guy, his box fell off a tow truck. That's how these guys move these big boxes.
So I had all to do to finish. I was going to leave, but I'm telling you the truth, Mark. I'm feeling like shit. I don't know what's going on with me.
Are you going to go see a doctor?
I don't know, because I don't think I have...
Tomorrow for your Friday, your rain snow mix.
It's warm, but I don't think it's infections. You'd know. I mean, if you read.
I wonder if you fucking hit yourself and just didn't remember.
No, I don't
know.
No. I mean, but I'm telling you, Mark, the bruise looks scary. Oh my God!
Will you be able to tell if it's down?
Just in time for college food.
Yeah.
No deposit necessary.
As long as it's getting better.
BetFredSports.com. Must be 21
years old. I don't know why I'm not getting. I wonder if this is coincidental to that.
4700.
You know what I'm saying?
ABC News.
Yeah,
I did my hydrogen peroxide treatment today in case anything.
What is that called? Man, where your brain plays into it.
Oh, psychosomatic.
Thank you.
I'm the worst person when it comes to that shit. I swear to God.
I love how you say that.
Dude, oh my God.
I was explaining to my doctor
Mark, if
2 years ago how I
the doctor did test results right, instead of my God, Tom, blah, blah, blah.
New orders are
And it was a
pushing up
mistake.
factory activity.
I go home that day feeling everything he told me.
From
Yeah.
IHS.
I swear, no, I swear to God. Now listen, I was in the hospital one time. I told you how this doctor was asking questions. This is how he asked questions. Listen, he came to my room. I was in the hospital. I forget what it was for.
On the rise,
I forget, but it was something. My arm. I think that elbow infection staph. He said, "Mr. Martino, has anyone ever told you you have lung cancer?" And I said, "My God, no, no, listen.
That sounds like you have lung cancer.
Then he said, right after that, I said, no, and he says, has anyone ever told you you had blood, this guy? And then I realized that's how he fucking asked questions.
No bedside manner. Scary bedside manner.
And he had a foreign accent, so he was fucking, the way he posed his question.
Like he was going to tell you.
Oh, no, I know.
Oh, that would have been horrible.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Claims Pro. What is Claims Pro? It's a public adjuster. Why do you need a public adjuster? In any insurance claim, insurance people will never treat you fairly. You need someone on your side. We believe in public adjusters at the Troubleshooter Network. Claims Pro is one of them. Publicadjuster.pro is the place. Publicadjuster.pro, and that's Peter for a public adjuster. If you've had a recent claim in the last 2 years, isn't it 2 years, Mark, or 3 to reopen?
I think 2.
If you've had a recent claim, call them. You might be able to get more. Or if, in fact, you just got one, call them.
Seriously. 833-252-4600 or publicadjuster.pro. Now, let's talk about your life. We're talking about Arvada. Man, does this get a lot of comment. Go ahead. You wanted to comment, Andrew. You said Republic you had once. You hated them. If you had to vote this. Oh, there's another one. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go ahead. You have a comment on Arvada. Let me hear it. Oh, Andrew, you there? I don't think he is. Let me go to Bob, who has a comment. Again, Arvada City Council passed this after bid proposals. They accepted Republic as the citywide trash hauler, and you have to pay at least $5.50 a month, whether you get the service or not. Unless you're in an HOA, then you only pay 88 cents a month. And for that, you get recycling of trees and shrubbery and all that. You can drop them off, or you can drop off big items. That's how they justify the minimum charge. They say they did this to increase recycling and to reduce traffic in the city and trucks on the streets, and they say that most people want it. Now, what do you have to say, Bob?
I could take this long, but I'm not going to.
What's that, Bob?
Looked at the month. Yeah, this is Bob.
Go ahead. What do you have to say about this?
Dude, you sound like you're in a tin can.
I do.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you. Go ahead, sir. We're listening.
Well, I don't. Okay, so anyway, I'll go where I have carpeting. I looked at the money, and I looked at this, and I said, look at my wife and I will be paying $11 a month. The $5 that Arvada is going to charge if you don't have the service is included in that.
Right.
I'm going, wait a minute. So if I don't go with this, I got to pay $5.
Right.
If I go with it, I'm essentially going to be paying $5 a month for trash.
No, wait. Well, hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. $5 a month is for the basics.
He's saying it's only $5 more to get the pickup.
Oh, yeah. So what's wrong with that? That's
Well, he's saying how he's looking at it is he's only going to be paying $5 a month for trash.
I know it.
Right.
So you like it. You like it, right? You like it.
Well, on principle, I disagree with Arvada on every single point they made. I have HOA friends that don't like it. I don't know why they wouldn't.
Yeah, they have it by the balls.
Well, because they all their residents still have to pay 88 cents.
Yeah, but who cares? 88 cents.
88 cents. But I have people friends that live in Golden and Lakewood. They hate it because
this guy sounds like he's in a trash can.
Really?
Just stop.
Can I put it on speaker?
No, I can hear you. Keep going, man. I can hear you. It's not that bad.
So They say that after the first couple of years, the price goes up. But even with my normal trash hauler, it happens.
Listen, I don't think the price is going to be outrageous. I don't think it is at all. Okay? I don't think that's the case. I don't know why people are against it. I think it's because they feel like it's being shoved down their throats. I think that's the main problem at this point. I mean, really, and it wasn't put for a vote, okay? Now, I got to go to Keith, who's been waiting a long time. Go ahead, Keith. And Andrew, I'll come back to you. Stay there. Keith, go ahead. What's happening?
I'm having trouble with FEMA. I live in Pueblo West.
Yes, I know the area well. I used to own property out there. What's going on?
Well, I live the north side of the Highway 50. FEMA has changed the flood maps.
Right.
In the last year and a half.
Yes.
It now includes, we built our house in 2017 out here.
Yes.
They changed it, I think it was in August or September of 2019.
They made it a floodplain, is that right?
Yeah, if you go, the first half of our house, the front half of our house is now in the floodplain.
Right, that's right. Yeah. You don't have, listen, Keith, you don't have much power over the designation of flood zones. You really don't. It's up to the Army Corps of Engineers and the government, and you'll get old trying to fight it. However, because you're in a flood zone, they subsidize flood insurance.
Well, we've had to pay out of pocket for flood insurance for the last 2 years.
How much out of pocket? Hold on. How much out of pocket?
It's about $700 a year.
$700?
Yes.
Okay. That, I believe, you mean in addition to your homeowners, right?
Yes, in addition to mortgage and homeowners.
I get it. Okay. Your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover flood. Flood insurance is $700 with the subsidy, you're saying?
No, I didn't know about subsidy.
You are getting subsidized. It's
Can
automatic.
Can you explain that, Tom? I don't understand.
Okay.
Subsidized.
It's automatic. Let me explain this to you, okay? He's still not going to like it, but get Compass on if you can. But let me explain it. You can listen, Suze. Here's what it is. When the government designates a floodplain, the government automatically gets federal funds to an insurance carrier to supply subsidized flood insurance. So, if he didn't have it, it would be twice or three times as much. So he is already being subsidized, I think. I mean, because I've never heard ever of someone living in a floodplain without it being subsidized. If you were in a floodplain and they did not subsidize it, it'd be $3,000 a year. If you're not in a floodplain and you want flood insurance anyway, it's only like $60 or $70. It's hardly anything, $60 or $70 a year. Once you're in a floodplain, the price goes way up and the government kicks in subsidies. But that still sounds like a lot of money to me.
Do they do the same with like high risk for fires?
No,
and that?
no,
It's
only
just for
floodplains.
floods.
There's only federal floodplains. That still sounds like a lot to me. Hey, just hang on, Keith. We'll get Compass. Andrew, let me get your comment in here about Arvada. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, I've been using, I think, Waste Management of Colorado in Arvada for the last 3 years.
Yes.
And granted, it may be my fault for not checking the prices or anything, but they've been charging me $30 a month for the last 3 years for this service. So
wait, $30 a month? Who's charging this?
That was Waste Connections of Colorado.
Well, you're going to save a lot of money with this new trash service.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, to me, it sounds good as long as the service is the same. But yeah, it's about half the price of what they was paying before.
You know what? That's a good comment. You know what? It's not going to be bad. I think people are upset because of the way it was done.
Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the
All right, here you go.
wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't have to live in pain. I've been telling you that message now for weeks because I'm aligned with Colorado Pain Care to let people know what I now know. You don't have to live with pain. Colorado Pain Care, local doctors, all major insurance accepted, including Medicare, workers' comp, and Medicaid, and they're there dedicated to getting you out of pain. Please contact them. You will love the idea that you no longer have pain and you have your life back. They even have world-class physical therapy. You can go even without a referral. 833-GOT-PAIN. 833-GOT-PAIN. You know what's a pain? A mortgage that you can't do anything about when rates go down. You're stuck in it, not with Ideal. With Ideal Home Loans, once you get a loan, you have a 2-year guarantee. If rates go down even 0.75%, you get refinanced free of charge. And every time you close, whether you buy or refi, you get another 2-year guarantee. You are virtually always guaranteed. Not only that, but Ideal Home Loans will let you pick your term. So if you're paying down from 30, you don't have to go back to 30. If you're paying down from 15, you don't have to go back to 15. You also have credit optimization. You're approved, yes, but what about paying down a balance by $20, $30, $40 that could get you in another credit tier? Most lenders don't even tell you about it. Ideal Home Loans tweaks your credit. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Many people get these loans because they're just buying a house. And if you're buying a house or any real estate, please don't do it without at least getting some contracts reviewed by O'Brien Legal Services, Brad O'Brien and his team. Let me tell you why. So many people do things and then they have problems afterwards. If you get an attorney up front, you won't have all this trouble. Let's put it this way. Brad O'Brien can review documents if you're getting seller financing, or if you want to finance the sale of your home for retirement maybe. He can make sure it's done properly. Let's say you're buying a house with a friend, a partner. You're not married. You need to structure it a certain way. Brad O'Brien can help you with that. Don't ever go into it just hoping things work out. So whether it's contract review or it's a dispute like property lines, easements, access, adverse possession, call Brad O'Brien, 720-370-7388, olslaw.com. All three.
And they will sell your home at 100% of your asking price, or they will pay you the difference. That's guaranteed in writing. Call the team I would trust to sell your home. Dan and Sarah with the Ripple Group at 833-453-SOLD, 833-453-SOLD, or visit GAYE.com.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental. I believe that you deserve a smile regardless, so you can live your life the way you want, with peace of mind.
Okay. Let's have Tom then advise you on this. Tom knows enough. I'm just afraid he's going to say, let's get our attorney on for this, and I already know he's not available because his kids are on spring break. So let's do this, and let's see what Tom has to say, and then if we want to pursue it further with advice from the attorney or refer you out to the attorney, we could do that as well. You want to just see what Tom has to say? All righty. All right, Tony, hang on a minute. It's an interesting question. Hang on. Tony.
This is Joe Cordell of the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We We help men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Colorado area attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com, 8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 475, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111.
Right now, Allstate has almost as many ways to save as there are types of users. Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding driveway. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent to get a quote. Find out how much you can save today. Allstate. Now that's a music to your ears.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center. Clouds increase, the high today 50. Snow showers for the mountains, several inches there, but no accumulation in Denver with tomorrow's rain and snow mix. I'm Fox 31, weather meteorologist Brooks Gardner. This report is sponsored by Glenwood Spring. A short drive to Glenwood Spring helps you get away from the crowd, the stress, and the mundane. Slide into smoothie hot spring and enjoy.
All right, gentlemen, back on in about 10.
And plan your getaway at visitglenwood.com. All right, 303-713-8255. I cannot believe how many people want to
Complain about Arvada and that stuff. But Bryson has a question on an RV cover. What's going on, Bryson?
Hey, Mark. I'll keep this quick. I know you guys like it to the point. I just want to ask a question about I would think a dishonest warranty on an RV cover. The real high level is I bought an RV cover, one of the more expensive ones, particularly just because of the warranty that it offered, a 5-year warranty.
Can I ask you something?
Well for the cost.
I want to ask, how do you get those on and off? Seriously.
Well, it takes about 45 minutes to put it on.
Holy crap!
45 minutes to take it off.
How big is your RV?
The way I see it, Tom, the way I see it is the money that I put into this fifth wheel. I would rather spend 45 minutes than having the sun in Colorado beat the crap out of it.
I agree with you totally. I think a cover is mandatory if you don't have a garage.
Yeah, well, and to get a garage, you're looking at $600-something a month. So, you know, we opted to go with a more expensive cover. But I guess the high level here is I bought it because of the warranty. And about 3 years now, it's been 3 years, the cover is starting to fall apart.
Where'd you buy it?
It's a very, very RV cover supply.
And what's dishonest about the? Let's get right to the part. It's falling apart.
Well,
what does the warranty say?
RV Cover Supply doesn't offer the warranty. It's offered through the manufacturer. So they send me to the manufacturer, and then they ask me to send pictures, blah, blah, blah. And they said, we'll go ahead and we'll cover it. Well, the dishonesty, I think, is here is, generally speaking, this is from RV Cover Supply, is they say that the cover that the manufacturer sells for is generally about the same price that the third party sells for. So the manufacturer came back and said, yeah, we'll go ahead and replace 70% of the value of it. That's the prorated value, which is fine, but for almost $900. Well, we paid $600 for it. So I went back to RV Cover Supply and said, wait a minute, why are they charging so much for retail and then taking 70% off of that so that I'm being forced to buy through the manufacturer now at that $900 less the 70% prorate. And I said, I'm almost paying almost the exact same price I was when I bought the cover the first time. And so they reached out to the manufacturer and said, hey, what's going on with this? We've never seen you guys do this before. And they wrote back and said, sorry, this is what we're doing. So that's a little dishonest. I thought, goodness gracious, I could have bought a brand new cover for almost the same amount of money that they're giving me a prorate for. I just thought it was
all right, so what do you think? Well, say right now, do they point to where it's not covered and why? That's the whole point. It's all contractual, man.
Well, they're covering it. They're covering it, but at a 70% per the contract. But what my issue is, generally when you get a 70% or 50 or 80, whatever the prorate is, it's off the price that you purchased it at.
Well, what are they doing?
They're saying that they're gonna sell it to me for $900, which I paid $630 for it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Bryson. They're going to sell you a new one, and per the contract or warranty, it's a declining scale, right?
Correct.
And this year is how many years in?
3 years.
In 3 years in, you qualify for a what? What percentage of full retail? What percentage?
70%.
Wait, you get to buy it at 70 or 70% discount?
70% discount.
Good. That's what it should be. So what they're doing is basically for every year they're giving you 10%, right? No. Yeah. So they're giving you 30%. You pay 30%. Okay. So here's what I want to know though. I don't understand. The price on the contract, not on the contract, on the warranty, does it say 70% of full retail or a percentage of full retail or percentage of what you bought it for? Because you just said you thought it should be on what you paid for it. But what does the warranty say?
So I can send this to you. This is the issue I brought up with the manufacturer. Nowhere on their contract do they say that you actually have to buy it for a different value than what you actually purchased the first time around.
But what does it say? Where is the warranty? I want to read the warranty. Read the part you're talking about. Read it.
Okay. Let me pull up the exact part that refers to.
Yeah, you hold on. Get that exact part, and I'll be right back to you. Brian Burns, Compass Insurance Group. Sir, you there?
I'm here. How
Thank you, Brian. Home of the insurance checkup, of course, 303-996-9000. It's amazing the money people save with a simple phone call. By the way, okay, so I want to talk about this FEMA thing. When people are in a flood zone, they pay they pay their HOA, then they have to buy flood insurance, right, Brian?
Yeah, if they're in a imminent flood zone, then they have to get, almost always the lender will require flood insurance. You're
and
right.
You've written flood insurance, right?
Of course, yep.
Okay, is it automatically subsidized? In other words, if he's in a floodplain, is it automatically, when you go out and get quotes, are they automatically subsidized quotes?
They are, but you wouldn't feel it because whenever you get a quote when you're in imminent flood zone, the cost is probably 4 to 5 times at least higher than if you're in a non-imminent flood zone. But it is being subsidized because if you really had to pay the cost for what it would be, it would be substantially more than what you're even being charged.
Well, let's hear. Keith, how much is your house worth approximately?
About $325,000.
And what would you guess, Brian, on a $325,000 home that flood insurance would cost? What would you guess?
What flood zone is he in?
What does that mean?
Okay, so there's different flood zones, and X is what the majority of Colorado is in, and that is a non-imminent. It is a flood zone still, but it's a non-imminent flood zone, meaning it's not expected to be flooded every 500 years or something ridiculous.
Are all flood zones subsidized?
I don't think Flood Zone X is subsidized because it's not very expensive in the first place, so they're not subsidizing it
Keith,
because it's not.
Do you know the name of your flood zone?
No, I don't.
Well, we can find out. Pueblo.
Yeah, you know what? Call me and we can pull it for you. We can get the flood zone for you. But if it's just to give you an idea, if it's a Flood Zone X, he's probably looking at, which is a non-imminent. He's looking at probably $500 a year. If it is like there's an A, an AE, there's all different kinds. But let's say it's a more imminent flood zone, it could be $3,000.
Okay, he is spending $700 a month. So what does that sound like to you?
A year, you mean?
I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. A year.
Oh, $700 a year. That sounds like it's a preferred flood zone. He can maybe get it for less. I got a company that if it is a preferred flood zone, it's Safeco. They'll attach it on there, and it can be as low as $75 a year if it's an imminent flood zone. If it's a non-imminent flood zone. So
Pueblo here, I'm looking at the map, the Army Corps of Engineer map here. And Pueblo, it says the flood map, it doesn't say what kind. I'm just looking at the flood map. It doesn't give a name to it. It just gives a color. And I don't know what... Go ahead.
And it gets more specific to that. I mean, like I've got plenty of people I've written in Pueblo that are in a non-imminent, but there are sections that are in a more imminent flood zone. But if he's only paying $700 a year, I'd be surprised if it wasn't an X flood zone, which is non-imminent.
And if it is non-imminent, you can save him a lot of money.
We should be able to, especially if we can get his home.
Keith, talk to him
Yeah.
Keith, I want you to talk to Brian off the air, okay, and see what they can do for you. And you should always do an insurance checkup anyway. Just see what it is, because we're not going to get it changed, if that's what you're calling about. You're not going to get your flood zone changed. That's off the table. Now get the best deal you can, and it is subsidized. And here's the number for Compass Insurance Group, which, by the way, is theinsurancehhelpcenter.com, 303-996-9000. 303-996-9000.
This is Michael Brown at 2, 6:30, KHOW.
I'll do Century. You can get it up first. I'll do it first, Century.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Buck Sexton Show podcast.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, we have a ribbon accident on 270 just east of Vasquez. Looks like it's blocking the left lane in each direction of 270. The westbound side jammed back to I-70, and the eastbound side slow from I-76. And some police activity on I-70 at Havana, slowing things down in both directions through there. There's a crash northbound I-25 at Colfax, jamming things on that stretch back to Santa Fe. And downtown, the roads around Coors Field are closed for fire department activity. Fox 31 midpoint weather, mostly cloudy this afternoon, dropping down to about 30 overnight tonight. A rain snow mix tomorrow for your Friday with a high in the upper 40s. It's 52 right now in Denver. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
Hey there, it's Buckset. All right, get found fast and Century RV. Come about 10 seconds.
Full podcast. Please tune in every day as I cover the latest on politics, national security, and culture from a former CIA officer's perspective. The Buck Sexton Podcast. Listen wherever you listen to podcasts.
Century RV for your RV, whether it's new or used. We love Century RV, and we're lucky to have them here. They're online, and so many people come from all over the country for savings. Do you know that they have new campers for as little as $10,000? Springdale campers. They have Kodiaks, they have Cougars, they have a service department. Here's what I love. They're the #1 Cougar dealer in the country, and they have the best-selling travel trailers. They have amazing discounts. Putting new units under 24 grand. Okay, 303-453-1111, CenturyRV.com.
You know, Tom just made me think of something. If you go to Google right now and actually type in RVs for sale near me, and I just did it, guess what one of them comes up? Well, you've got RV Trader, you've got Camping World, and of course you have CenturyRV.com. Why do I bring this up? Because these people are on the first page of Google results. You can try the same thing in Yahoo. If you own a business, you want to be at the top. If you own a pizza place in Castle Rock and someone types in pizza delivery Castle Rock, you want to be on the first page. The guys at GetFoundFast.com can help you get there. You need to step up to the 21st century. GetFoundFast.com will actually go over your entire website for you for free. They'll give you great free ideas, and they'll also tell you what they can do to help. It all starts at GetFoundFast.com.
Roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
The Sharpest Rides want to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they're making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right now from thesharpestrides.com. Get credit-approved online finance, and they will literally deliver your new car right to your front door. Shop online today at thesharpestrides.com. Have you found yourself looking around your house and, wishing?
Wish we had a pool. Wish I didn't share my office with a washer and dryer.
Wish we could have a real master bathroom. Lightstream can make your wishes a reality with a fixed-rate home improvement loan. With Lightstream, you'll get rates as low as 3.99% APR with autopay and excellent credit. Go to lightstream.com/easy today, and radio listeners can get an additional interest rate discount. The application takes minutes online with no appraisals, no fees, and no home equity required. Make your home the home you wished for. Apply today at lightstream.com/easy and get an additional interest rate discount. That's lightstream.com/easy.
easy for an additional discount. Lightstream.com/EASY.
Subject to credit approval, rates range from 3.99% APR to 16.49% APR, including 0.5% policy discount. Lowest rate requires excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit Lightstream.com/easy for more information.
Life has been challenging and difficult for all of us, but you don't have to deal with things alone. As a certified community behavioral health clinic, Aurora Mental Health is here for you. Every day we see people just like you overcome things like addiction, anxiety, and depression through compassionate care and treatment. Let us help you take back control of your life. Call us 303-617-2300 or visit at AUMHC.org. That's AUMHC.org.
Driving drunk or accused of driving drunk. Either way, you need help. Call Joseph A. Lazara, attorney at law. DUI prevents. Free initial consultation. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200.
Millions of Americans are finding relief every day by using CBD products. With hundreds of thousands of happy customers, has a wide range of CBD products specifically formulated to help people just like you. Take a listen to what they're saying.
Right, Mark?
I have severe arthritis.
Mark, you did your test, right?
Yes. Has given me the relief I need to function better during the day.
You know, that lady pissed me off with that update she drives for DoorDash. That really pissed me off. Marty and I both fucking got that response, and she literally said that she figured it out. I don't know why that shit pisses me off.
It should piss you off.
Yeah, no, honestly, it shouldn't.
We're here for that reason. I mean, of course it should. Fuck, that's why we're here.
The one that always got me is when we got that guy a full fucking refund on the mini home. A full refund. Like $80,000. And then the prick wouldn't even come on because he said he signed a fucking non-disclosure.
Tiny Homes.
Tiny Homes. In fact, I think the company's name was Tiny Homes. Oh, that one stuck with me forever, man. How about the lady that works here? $100,000 in the Sheets Fund that she couldn't get in time for her kid to start college. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one's going to be good, dude. Hopefully Suzanne gets this one on. You'll like this one. It's got to do with an iPhone. You're getting a little freaked out, aren't you? I can tell you are.
Hi, Tom.
Chino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Bryson, you got that warranty yet in front of you?
Yeah. Here's what it says. It says product approved for warranty claims will receive a credit toward replacement of the same item per the proration schedule below based on the product approved for the warranty claim. Original purchase price will be used to calculate item warranty proration. The warranty covers the item purchased. No refunds will be issued for a warranty claim.
Bro, Bryson, that says it right there. The original purchase price will be used, and you're saying they're refusing to do that?
They're not going. Yeah, well, they're using my original purchase price to get the 70%, and then they're applying that 70% discount to the $800 and something dollars.
No, hold on. But where did they come up with the $800 and something dollars?
That must be the price of what it costs now.
I asked them the exact same question. I said, where are you getting this number? And they said, well, that's the retail price. I said, well, what are you talking about? I paid retail from RV Cover Supply. She said, well, that's their price. That's not our price.
Hold on, Bryson. If I went to purchase that cover today, on their site, what would it cost?
RV Cover Supply or the manufacturer?
The manufacturer. Do they sell?
They sell to the third parties, but they did send me a link to their.
They don't sell direct. Hold on. They don't sell direct?
They say they do.
Well, how much do they sell direct to consumers for?
Well, they're listing it as the price that they're showing us, but RV Cover Supply when I went back to them, they said that's
okay.
very odd
Here's the
because
way
usually
I
they
mean
sell
I don't.
for full price.
It says clearly in there that the purchase price will be used to determine the credit, right?
Correct.
But then they're not going to use the same price to determine the purchase. That's
whoa. That's just like a battery warranty, though. You've got your free replacement time, generally a year, then it's prorated each year on whatever that battery would cost at that time, not what you paid for it.
No, but
I'm
Mark,
not saying I like
but that's not what they're doing to him. They're prorating it based on the lower price.
Yes, the price that he bought it at.
Right.
Yeah.
Then they give him a credit. And then he has to buy it from them at a higher price.
I dig. I understand. I'm just saying it sounds like that's how they wrote the warranty.
No, because it would be fair if they use the purchase price for both, but they're not. They're using the purchase price to calculate the discount, and then they're using the higher rate to calculate the purchase. It does seem duplicitous to me. Again, it's all going to be a matter of interpretation of that contract.
Well, there's one more funny thing that they mentioned. They said you have 15 days to make a decision, otherwise we close the claim.
Let me ask you something. What will the bottom line be in purchasing then? Once you apply their numbers, what does it come out to?
Almost $500.
How much did you spend originally?
$630.
Jeez, God, he's getting 130. I mean,
you still save $130 though.
And what's going to prevent it from falling apart again?
But that's what I told my wife. I said, well, I got 3 years out of it. I might as well go buy a lesser priced one and know it's going to fall apart on me in 3 years.
Right.
I mean, I'll just replace a lower price one every 3 years.
You know those little...
He's right,
You know those cranks like you have in a bathroom on an RV and it puts the plastic part up and there's a fan in there like in the bathroom or the front. So while we were building our garage, we had the RV in the summer for maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. I swear to God, that thing, the sun literally baked that, and it just shattered like that. I couldn't believe it, man. The sun in Colorado is brutal on these things.
So you're saying it's not...
I'm saying get a freaking cover.
Yeah, you got to get a cover, but my God, what he's putting into this, I don't think they're being fair. But Bryson, where are they located?
California.
Do you want to give it to one of our deputies just to see if they can negotiate something? Hold on, Suzanne. Is Deputy Smarty Pants around? Let's just see what
so.
Let's see what he can negotiate on it. I want to get this comment on Arvada trash again. Again, this is the city council without a vote of the public put it through, and we're getting various reactions because everyone has to pay a minimum charge, whether they use it or not. For that minimum charge, they get recycling they can drop off for greenery, and they also get big item drop-offs. Go ahead, Bernie.
City of Louisville contracted with the Republic, and they did the same thing. And our base charge is $15.44 for a small 32-gallon can, and you can pay slightly more as you go to 64 and 96, and we're really happy with it. There's less traffic going down the street, and we've only missed one, and that was this snowstorm. And the City of Louisville did that, I think, about 5 years ago.
Now, Bernie, I wanted to ask something. Sure. On that $15.44, is there also a minimum charge?
No. That's the total on the city bill.
If you did not use the service, what would you pay?
We're not allowed. Every household is charged that amount, period. That is the minimum, but that is the trash cost.
Okay, all right. Arvada's doing it a different way. And I think that's what people feel. I think they're more pissed about that
Well,
than
they're subsidizing the other people.
What if they just made, like the Louisville did, make everyone pay the basic amount, and then you have to use them? I mean, I don't know. All I know is I think
then you'd be up against the HOAs.
People in general do not like being told what to do. David, what's going on?
Look, it's great that you're an advocate out there for people.
I hope we can help you, Dave. This has to do with unemployment?
Oh, yeah. I've experienced some things that are a little different this time around. I really haven't been on unemployment lately.
What's going on?
I got laid off around January. I made it through all last year. And let's see.
What do you need help with?
Huh?
What do you need help with?
Well, I need to know if you have heard or your listeners have heard of any trouble getting your payments from unemployment. I've heard they're $1 billion, $1 billion almost in the hole.
Well, I heard that. Hold on. I've heard of some delays, but I've never actually heard of people not getting money ultimately.
Well, there's been a lot of runaround, and they would tell me they're going to send you a PIN. They never email you a PIN. They would tell you, they would take.
You know, we do have somebody at unemployment who's taking problem cases.
Probably the hardest working man in the state right now.
The best state worker I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What's that, David?
I said, I imagine. I was just wondering,
we can push this through. We have a special connection. Phil Spessart, one of the best directors we've ever seen there. Hold on. Suzanne, let's put Dave on our problem list for unemployment.
Now. Investors, Simply Floors in a minute.
Report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, we have a report of an accident on 270 just east of Vasquez. Looks like it's blocking the left lane in each direction of 270. The westbound side jammed back to I-70 and the eastbound side slow from I-76. And some police activity on I-70 at Havana, slowing things down in both directions through there. There's a crash northbound I-25 at Colfax.
Racquetball. You want to come play racquetball with us today, man?
Yeah, today of all days. Okay, if you want to sell your house, there are a couple ways to do it. First, of course, get a real estate person like Frank Duran, realestateman.com. Fix up the house, stage the house, have the inspection rejections, all the stuff that goes along with it, and then sell the house. Or you can just have someone come and write you a check. Maybe you have deferred maintenance, you don't bother fixing anything. Maybe you just want to get out of town. Whatever it is, this is definitely an option called Homevestors. They've already purchased nearly 3,000 homes in Denver Metro. They want to take a shot at yours. Now, before you say, oh, Tom, they're just going to try to steal it, you'll never know without calling. It could be what you want to get out quickly. 800-44-BUYER. Get your bid. It doesn't hurt anything. 800-44-BUYER.
You know what would be cool is if you were looking for a new washer or dryer or maybe an oven or stove, if they would literally bring the stuff to you so you could pick out the color in your house. You want black appliances, white. Well, that's what SimplyFloorsInc.com does for all, and I mean all of their flooring, and check it out. Carpet, tile, hardwood, laminate, vinyl, LVT, they have it all, and they bring you the sample so you can see it with your paint, your furniture, your existing flooring. You got to check these guys out, and the kicker, you can save up to 40% from the big box stores. Give them a call, 303-456-4660, but honestly, right now, just go to SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Did you know that Neil Armstrong knew how to fly before he got his driver's license?
Neil Armstrong knew how to fly before he got his driver's license. You know, I bet back in the day of crop dusting and shit, 30s and 40s, I bet a lot of farmers and shit knew how to fly before they knew how to drive. Right?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. There's also a lot that never got licenses.
Yeah.
Fly.
You know what? I bet there's still a few of them out in Kansas in the middle of nowhere where they've got 1 million acres. And that's an interesting question. What happens if you didn't have a license and, I don't know, someone turns you in? What would happen? What would the FAA do? I mean, do you get a ticket? Do you go to jail? What the fuck happens? Do you know?
You get in big trouble, fines, You know, Mark, here's the truth of the matter that no one really knows. In all of my flying now, and this was rare, this because I was fucking asking for it, I was on air saying, okay, I've never heard of a ramp check ever. I've never heard of anyone ever being told to present their license and registration.
I've never heard of it. Is that a real thing?
It's called a ramp check.
So like you're pulling up on the taxiway.
Never heard of it. So, therefore, How are they going to know?
How would they know?
It's all in the honor system. Mark, I did a series on Channel 4 where I interviewed pilots who never got a license, or it expired, or
never was checked.
Never.
Is it a real thing or not, though? Have you ever heard of like a real one?
Yeah, there are. But honest to God, I don't know anybody at all who's ever been checked.
Or doesn't.
Ever. Think about this. They can walk up to any pilot on any ramp, going out to the jet, can I see your license, and your registration, your airborne certificate? I mean, technically, they can ask for all that. I've never heard of it happening.
Do you literally carry your pilot's license?
No, you have to. Yeah.
Even though they never checked.
Never.
It's a fucking
so people fly without I know a guy that doesn't have a license that flies all the time.
And the chances of them getting caught would never happen.
That's right.
Unless we crash.
That's right. So what is that all about?
I don't know. It's pretty wild. I think it's harder to get.
Or ask, let me see your logbook, see if your plane has been annual. Now,
they ask more people about a drone license if it's commercial.
Now, by the way, aircraft maintenance is a little more strict than pilots' licenses. For example, if you don't get your plane annual, you have more of a chance of being busted there. Because if you ever need a mechanic or anything,
they won't touch it.
Not all the time, they won't. Or
you can't do your own annual, right?
If there's ever an incident, they look at all the logbooks. Oh, you can't do your own annual. Well,
you can do it, but you gotta have someone sign off.
It's called an owner assist. That's right. Yeah. Now I can do it's hard to explain, but if you build a plane and you're the builder, you can annual that plane.
Yeah. So you can annual your velocity if you still have
for the life of the plane. That's right. If you get what's called your.
But I know you would still have someone come in and look at it. That's just you.
I do all of my own work except the helicopter. Well, I even do a lot of that. But the helicopter, usually from beginning to end, is an expert. From the factory, I fly in there. Boom, done. The light sport and the air coupe, which is light sport technically, I do all of that with Craig signing it off. But I don't cut any corners. No. Oh, okay, here's how I cut a corner if you want to cut a corner. I mean, it's not even cutting corners, but technically, you got to do an oil change and all that. But if I did an oil change a month earlier, I kind of just said, fuck it. But I do the compression checks. I do all of that. You know what? I swear to God, Mark, I contend more people do more damage doing annuals every year on light-flown planes than if they didn't. They should do hours, not time. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK,
713-8255. Debbie, what's going on with you, Deb? Debbie? What's going on? Pick up that phone. Now, listen, I just did this with Apple. Do you have Apple Care, or did you have the carrier replace it under insurance?
It was through another insurance provider.
Yeah, it's not Apple Care, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
By the way, I just want to make a note here. Apple Care is cheaper than carrier insurance. It's cheaper and better because I just cracked my phone to crap, and they got me a brand new phone for what it would have cost under the other insurance policy to get a screen.
Yeah, you got a brand new phone for what, $99? Brand new iPhone 12 or whatever.
Right. 12 Max. Now, the independent insurance that might send you a refurbished phone or fix the phone, but usually it's more money. But I just wanted to mention that. So what is the problem you're having with your replacement?
Oh, my goodness. So it happened last Wednesday, and Thursday I took it to 2 Verizon stores in Fort Collins.
Yes.
And they both said, sorry, can't help you.
Well, hold on. What kind of is Verizon collecting monthly for that insurance?
I don't know.
Well, where do you have insurance, Debbie? You have to know. I mean, if it's not on your Verizon plan, then Verizon's not going to do anything for you. When I had Verizon, they would take $4.99 a month for insurance. So where are you paying for this insurance?
Okay.
Debbie,
that's a very straight question, though.
Debbie, let me ask you another question. How'd your phone get damaged, Debbie?
I dropped it in water.
Now, here's what I want to ask you. Again, Who carries your insurance? Where do you pay for your insurance?
Okay. When I went to Verizon, they gave me a brochure with email or a website to report a claim.
I didn't ask that, Debbie. I didn't ask that at all. I'm asking you, where do you pay monthly for your insurance?
I don't know.
Well, you better find it, or you don't have insurance.
Have insurance.
Look on your Verizon bill.
No, I do have insurance. They confirmed that at the Verizon store.
Okay, is it on your Verizon bill every month?
Let me look.
Well, Debbie, look, because if it's not there, you don't have insurance, okay? It doesn't matter what they tell you. Hold on, and I'll come right back to you. We might run out of time, but we'll take her back. I'm not going to leave her hanging. Tony, you have something about a condo? What's going on?
Yes, sir, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
So, kind of Reader's Digest version here. I've got a condo unit in Arvada. It's part of a 24-unit building. In the summer of 2019, I noticed on inspection of the condo that I have a foundation issue. At that time, I was going to refinance with my mortgage company, but decided that that's not a good idea because I couldn't get an appraisal, a good appraisal done with, all the cracking and the drywall and all that stuff.
Are you on the bottom floor?
Yes, it's a bottom corner unit.
All right, so let's speed up to what's going on now.
So over 2 years, we've spent, with the HOA, has spent a ton of time getting different companies to come in and do an inspection. There has never been any work done yet. We've done 2 elevation assessments.
Yeah.
One in the summer and one in the winter.
You need them. You want to get this fixed so you can get your refi.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and you're saying the HOA is dragging its feet for repairs?
They are dragging their feet, but now it's been discovered that we finally ended up getting a plumber in there. They scoped my unit, and they found that there's a belly that's 80% full in the
All right, hold on, because we're not going to... Hold on, I want to help you, Tony. Suzanne, we got to take Tony and Debbie. We have experts for them. Debbie, just give us time on Monday. I promise you. We will get to both of you first. I'm Tom Martino.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino
and stay connected with all of us
at 630 K.
No. They're going to say the reason the structural damage is there is because his sewer line, or not his, well, it's either a sewer line or water line's got a belly in it that he's responsible for.
No, because drains on condos are not individualized unless it's his service drain, and if it's his service drain, but okay, well, let's say it's out for the building, Mark.
Let's say it's outside of his house or under his foundation, and it's water that has got up and ruined the foundation coming in from outside. Would that be covered?
I don't know, because this is weird, because that foundation is not just his.
Yeah,
it's the whole building. That would be weird. I mean...
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm envisioning it's all his.
A town.
You're saying, yeah, exactly. You're saying there could be 10 units there. And how would it just be his little part of
Well, it could. He said he was on the corner, remember? So it could be just his. But this question is, though, that foundation is not his, because he had, how many units? He said 24.
Oh, yeah, he did say.
So there's probably 12 and 12. There's probably 12 up and 12 down, probably.
Yeah.
And so no one unit could take responsibility for that foundation.
So it would be
unless you're saying he caused it
because of his sewer line or his water line.
But how would he know that, though? I mean, but then he would have
or his HOA saying our insurance won't cover it because it was outside water coming in.
Okay, we got to get both of them on.
He cannot come on again, so I'm going to end up asking. He works 8 to 8.
Okay, listen.
But listen, Brad O'Brien's on the show Wednesday, so I was going to use his email for questions. Is that cool?
Yeah, if he has all his details.
Okay.
Wait, Brad O'Brien. Oh, for the other guy.
Brad O'Brien's just coming on as a guest.
Did you hear the news conference? Yeah. Did you hear those fucking softball questions? What did they handpick them?
Well, if he hand answered them.
Yeah.
He had all the questions and answers in the notebook.
I mean, well, how can you assure us you're going to honor your commitment to the American people when it comes to immigration? Oh, my God.
They say they're coming across the border because you're a nice guy.
I know.
That was a great question. He goes, I am a nice guy.
I am a nice guy.
That was a great question. Hey, reminded me of all the Trump ones. I don't know. Maybe. You know what, CNN, they were asked a great question. Listen, you know how he gave his brother a test and his wife and his sister, right? So Cuomo, the governor, bumped his family up in line to get COVID testing.
Yes.
So they asked a great question, and CNN went totally dark on it. They said, who else at CNN did the governor help out? And CNN has got zero response. Won't that be fucked up? But I still wouldn't blame CNN. If I could somehow bump, my people up, I'd do it, wouldn't you? Maybe if I was governor, I wouldn't do it, but in general, it would never hurt to ask. All right. Later, Gator. Feel better, man.
I'll see ya. If not, I'm not coming in.
All right.